Yom 3. Reading the whole Caphar in the 50th year of Yubal. First and second, Adam and Eve. Chapter 1. On the first day, ALAHYM planted the garden in the east of the earth, on the border of the world eastward, beyond which towards the sun rising, and finds nothing but water that encompasses the whole world, and reaches to the borders of Shamayim. And to the north of the garden there is a sea of water, clear and pure to the taste, unlike anything else, so that through the clearness thereof one may look into the depths of the earth. And when a man washes himself in it, he becomes clean of the cleanness thereof, and white of its whiteness, even if he were dark. And ALAHYM created that sea of his own to pleasure, for he knew what would come of the man he would make, so that after he had left the garden, on account of his transgression, men should be born in the earth. Among them are righteous ones who will die, whose nafashim ALAHYM would raise at the last day, when all of them will return to their flesh, bathe in the water of that sea, and repent of their sins. But when ALAHYM made Adam go out of the garden, he did not place him on the border of it northward. This was so that he and Hua would not be able to go near to the sea of water, where they could wash themselves in it, be cleansed from their sins, erase the transgression that they had committed, and be no longer reminded of it in the thought of their punishment. As to the southern side of the garden, ALAHYM did not want Adam to live there either, because when the wind blew from the north, it would bring him on that southern side the delicious smell of the trees of the garden. Wherefore ALAHYM did not put Adam there. This was so that he would not be able to smell the sweet smell of those trees, forget his transgression, and find consolation for what he had done by taking delight in the smell of the trees, and yet not be cleansed from his transgression. Again also, because ALAHYM is merciful and of great pity, and governs all things in a way that he alone knows, he made our father Adam live in the western border of the garden, because on that same side the earth is very broad. And ALAHYM commanded him to live there in a cave, in a rock, the cave of treasures, below the garden. Chapter 2. But when our father Adam and Hua went out of the garden, they walked the ground on their feet, not knowing they were walking. And when they came to the opening of the gate of the garden, and saw the broad earth spread before them, covered with stones, large and small, and with sand, they feared and trembled, and fell on their faces from the fear that came over them, and they were as dead. Because whereas until this time they had been in the garden land, beautifully planted with all manners of trees, they now saw themselves in a strange land which they knew not, and had never seen. And because when they were in the garden, they were filled with the compassion and favor of a bright nature, and they had not hearts turned towards earthly things. Therefore ALAHYM had pity on them, and when he saw them fallen before the gate of the garden, he sent his word to our father Adam and Hua, and raised them from their fallen state. Chapter 3. ALAHYM said to Adam, I have ordained on this earth days and years, and you are descendants. You and your descendants shall live and walk in them until the days and years are fulfilled, when I shall send the word that created you, and against which you have transgressed, the word that made you come out of the garden, and that raised you when you were fallen. Yea, the word that will give again save you when the 5.5 days are fulfilled. But when Adam heard these words from ALAHYM and of the great 5.5 days, he did not understand the meaning of them. For Adam was thinking there would be only 5.5 days for him until the end of the world. And Adam cried and prayed to ALAHYM to explain it to him. Then ALAHYM, in his mercy for Adam, who was made after his own image and likeness, explained to him that these were 5,500 years, and how one would then come and save him and his descendants. But before that, ALAHYM had made this covenant with our father Adam in the same terms before he came out of the garden, when he was by the tree, where Hua took of the fruit and gave it to him to eat. Because when our father Adam came out of the garden, he passed by that tree and saw how ALAHYM had changed the appearance of it into another form, and how it shriveled. And as Adam went to it, he feared, trembled, and fell down. But ALAHYM in his mercy lifted him up, and then made this covenant with him. And again, when Adam went by the gate of the garden and saw the Karub with the sword of a flashing fire in his hand, and the Karub grew angry and frowned at him, both Adam and Hua became afraid of him, and thought he meant to put them to death. So they fell on their faces, trembling with fear. But he had pity on them, and showed them mercy, and turning from them, went up to Shamayim, and prayed to Yahuwah, and said, Yahuwah, you sent me to watch at the gate of the garden with a sword of fire. But when your servants, Adam and Hua, saw me, they fell on their faces, and were as dead. O my Adoni, what shall we do to your servants? Then ALAHYM had pity on them, and showed them mercy, and sent his malak to guard the garden. And the word of Yahuwah came to Adam and Hua, and raised them up. And Yahuwah said to Adam, I told you that at the end of 5.5 days I will send my word and save you. Strengthen your heart, therefore, and stay in the cave of treasures, of which I have before spoken to you. And when Adam heard this word from ALAHYM, he was comforted with that which ALAHYM had told him, for he had told him how he would save him. Chapter 4. But when Adam and Hua cried for having come out of the garden, their first home, and indeed, when Adam looked at his flesh, which was altered, he cried bitterly, him and Hua, over what they had done. And they walked and went gently down the cave of treasures, and as they came into it, Adam cried over himself, and said to Hua, Look at this cave that is to be our prison in this world, and a place of punishment. What is this compared with the garden? What is its narrowness compared with the space of the other? What is this rock by the side of these groves? What is this gloom of this cavern compared with the light of the garden? What is this overhanging ledge of rock to shelter us compared with the mercy of Yahuwah that overshadowed us? What is the soil of this cave compared with the garden land, this earth strewed with stones, and that planted with delicious fruit trees? And Adam said to Hua, Look at your eyes, and at mine, which before beheld Malakim, praising in Shamayim, and they too without ceasing. But now we do not see as we did. Our eyes have become of flesh. They cannot see like they used to see before. Adam said again to Hua, What is our body today compared to what it was in former days when we lived in the garden? After this, Adam did not want to enter the cave and the overhanging rock, nor would he ever want to enter into it. But he bowed to ALAHYM's orders and said to himself, "Unless I enter the cave, I shall again be a transgressor." Chapter 5. Then Adam and Hua entered the cave and stood praying in their own tongue, unknown to us, but which they knew well. And as they prayed, Adam raised his eyes and saw the rock and the roof of the cave that covered him overhead. This prevented him from seeing either Shamayim or ALAHYM's creatures. So he cried and beat his chest hard, until he dropped and was as dead. And Hua sat crying, for she believed he was dead. Then she got up, spread her hands toward ALAHYM, appealing to him for mercy and pity, and said, "O ALAHYM, forgive me my sin, the sin which I committed, and do not remember it against me. For I alone caused your servant to fall from the garden into this condemned land, from light into this darkness, and from the house of joy into this prison. O ALAHYM, look at this your servant fallen in this manner, and bring him back to Chai, that he may cry and repent of his transgression which he committed through me. Do not take away his napash right now, but let him live, that he may stand after the measure of his repentance, and do your will as before his death. And be, if you do not bring him back to Chai, then ALAHYM, take away my own nafash, that I be like him, and leave me not in this dungeon, one and alone. For I cannot stand alone in this world, but with him only. For you, O ALAHYM, caused him to fall asleep, and took a bone from his side, and restored the flesh in the place of it, by your divine power. And you took me, the bone, and made me a woman, bright like him, with heart, reason, and speech, and in flesh like to his own. And you made me after the likeness of his looks, by your mercy and power. O Yahuwah, I and he are one, Achad, and you, O ALAHYM, are our Creator. You are he who made us both in one day. Therefore, O ALAHYM, give him Chai, which he may be with me in this strange land, while we live in it on account of our transgression. But if you will not give him Chai, then take me, even me, like him, that we both may die the same day." And Hua cried bitterly, and fell on our father Adam from her great sorrow. Chapter 6. But ALAHYM looked at them, for they had killed themselves through great grief. But he decided to raise them and comfort them. He therefore sent his word to them, that they should stand and be raised immediately. And Yahuwah said to Adam and Hua, "You transgressed of your own free will, until you came out of the garden in which I had placed you. Of your own free will you have transgressed, through your desire for divinity, greatness, and an exalted state, such as I have, so that I deprived you of the bright nature in which you then were. And I made you come out of the garden to this land, rough and full of trouble. If only you had not transgressed my commandment, and had guarded my Torah, and had not eaten of the fruit of the tree which I told you not to come near. And there were fruit trees in the garden better than that one. But the wicked Hashatan did not keep his belief, and had no true intent towards me, that although I had created him, he considered me to be useless, and sought ALAHYM for himself. For this I hurled him down from the Shamayim, so that he could not remain in his first estate. It was he who made the tree appear pleasant in your eyes, until you ate of it, by believing his words. Thus have you transgressed my commandment, and therefore I have brought you on all these sorrows. For I am ALAHYM, the Creator, who, when I created my creatures, did not intend to destroy them, but after they had sorely roused my anger, I punished them with grievous plagues, until they repent. But If on the contrary they still continue hardened in their transgression, they shall be under a curse forever. Chapter 7. When Adam and Hua heard these words from ALAHYM, they cried and sobbed yet more, but they strengthened their hearts in ALAHYM, because they now felt that Yahuwah was to them like a father and a mother. And for this very reason they cried before him and sought mercy from him. Then ALAHYM had pity on them and said, O Adam, I have made my covenant with you, and I will not turn from it, neither will I let you return to the garden until my covenant of the great 5.5 days is fulfilled. Then Adam said to ALAHYM, O Yahuwah, you created us and made us fit to be in the garden, and before I transgressed, you made all beasts come to me, that I should name them. Your compassion and favor was then on me, and I named everyone according to your mind, and you made them all be subject to me. But now, O Yahuwah ALAHYM, that I have transgressed your commandment, all beasts will rise against me, and will devour me, and Hua, your handmaid, and will cut off your hide from the face of the earth. I therefore beg you, O ALAHYM, that since you have made us come out of the garden, and have made us be in a strange land, you will not let the beast hurt us. When Yahuwah heard these words from Adam, he had pity on him, and felt that he had truly said that the beast of the field would rise and devour him and Hua, because he, Yahuwah, was angry with the two of them on account of their transgressions. Then ALAHYM commanded the beasts and the birds and all that moves on the earth to come to Adam and to be familiar with him, and not to trouble him and Hua, nor yet any of the two and righteous among their offspring. Then all the beasts paid homage to Adam according to the commandment of ALAHYM, except the serpent, against which ALAHYM was angry. It did not come to Adam with the beasts. Chapter 8. Then Adam cried and said, O ALAHYM, when we lived in the garden and our hearts were lifted up, we saw the Malachim that sang praises in Shamayim, but now we cannot see like we used to. No, when we entered the cave, all creation became hidden from us. Then ALAHYM, Yahuwah, said to Adam, when you were under subjection to me, you had a bright nature within you, and for that reason could you see things far away. But after your transgression, your bright nature was withdrawn from you, and it was not left to you to see things far away, but only near and at hand, after the ability of the flesh, for it is brutish. When Adam and Hua had heard these words from ALAHYM, they went their way, praising and worshipping him with a sorrowful heart, and ALAHYM ceased to communicate with them. Chapter 9. Then Adam and Hua came out of the cave of treasures and went near to the garden gate, and there they stood to look at it, and cried for having come away from it. And Adam and Hua went from before the gate of the garden to the southern side of it, and found there the water that watered the garden from the root of the tree of Chai, and that split itself from there into 4 rivers over the earth. Then they came and went near to that water, and looked at it, and saw that it was the water that came forth from under the root of the tree of Chai in the garden. And Adam cried and wailed, and beat his chest for being severed from the garden, and said to Hua, Why have you brought on me, on yourself, and on all our descendants, so many of these plagues and punishments? And Hua said to him, What is it you have seen that has caused you to cry and speak to me in this manner? And he said to Hua, Do you not see this water that was with us in the garden, which watered the trees of the garden and flowed out from here? And we, when we were in the garden, did not care about it. But since we came to this strange land, we love it, and turn it to use for our body. But when Hua heard these words from him, she cried, and from the soreness of their crying, they fell into the water, and would have put an end to themselves in it, so as to never again to return and behold the creation. For when they looked at the work of creation, they felt they must put an end to themselves. Chapter 10. Then ALAHYM, merciful and gracious, compassionate and favorable, looked at them, thus lying in the water, and close to death, and sent a malak, who brought them out of the water, and laid them on the seashore as dead. Then the malak went up to ALAHYM, was welcome, and said, O ALAHYM, your creatures have breathed their last. Then ALAHYM sent his word to Adam and Hua, who raised him from their death. And Adam said, after he was raised, O ALAHYM, while we were in the garden, we did not require or care for this water, but since we came to this land, we cannot do without it. Then ALAHYM said to Adam, while you were under my command, and were a bright malak, you knew not this water, but now that you have transgressed my commandment, you cannot do without water, wherein to wash your body and make it grow, for it is now like that of beasts, and it is in want of water. When Adam and Hua heard these words from ALAHYM, they cried a bitter cry, and Adam entreated ALAHYM to let him return into the garden and look at it a second time. But ALAHYM said to Adam, I have made you a promise. When the promise is fulfilled, I will bring you back into the garden, you and your righteous descendants. And ALAHYM ceased to commune with Adam. Chapter 11. Then Adam and Hua felt themselves burning with thirst, and he and sorrow. And Adam said to Hua, we shall not drink of this water, even if we were to die. O Hua, when this water comes into our inner parts, it will increase our punishments and that of our descendants. Both Adam and Hua then went away from the water, and drank none of it at all, but came and entered the cave of treasures. But when in it Adam could not see Hua, he only heard the noise she made, neither could she see Adam, but heard the noise he made. Then Adam cried in deep affliction, and beat his chest. And he got up, and said to Hua, where are you? And she said to him, look, I am standing in this darkness. He then said to her, remember the bright nature in which we lived, when we lived in the garden. O Hua, remember the esteem that rested on us in the garden. O Hua, remember the trees that overshadowed us in the garden while we moved among them. O Hua, remember that while we were in the garden, we knew neither night or day. Think of the tree of Hai, from below which flowed the water, and that shed luster over us. Remember, O Hua, the garden land, and the brightness thereof. Think of that garden in which was no darkness while we lived in it, whereas no sooner did we come into this cave of treasures, then darkness surrounded us all around, until we no longer see each other, and all the pleasure of this high has come to an end. Chapter 12. Then Adam beat his chest, he and Hua, and they mourned the whole night until the crack of dawn. And they sighed over the length of the night in Miyazia. And Adam beat himself, and threw himself on the ground in the cave from bitter grief, and because of the darkness, and lay there as dead. But Hua heard the noise he made in falling on the ground, and she felt about for him with her hands, and found him like a corpse. Then she was afraid, speechless, and remained by him. But the merciful Yahuwah looked on the death of Adam, and on Hua's silence from fear of the darkness, and the word of ALAHYM came to Adam, and raised him from his death, and opened Hua's mouth, that she might speak. Then Adam stood up in the cave, and said, O ALAHYM, why has light departed from us, and darkness covered us? Why did you leave us in this long darkness? Why do you plague us like this? And this darkness, O Yahuwah, where was it before it covered us? It is because of this that we cannot see each other. For so long as we were in the garden, we neither saw nor even knew what darkness is. I was not hidden from Kua, neither was she hidden from me, until now that she cannot see me, and no darkness came over us to separate us from each other, but she and I were both in one bright light. I saw her and she saw me. Yet now, since we came into this cave, darkness has covered us and separated us from each other, so that I do not see her and she does not see me. O Yahuwah, will you then plague us with this darkness? Chapter 13. Then, when ALAHYM, who is merciful and full of pity, heard Adam's voice, he said to him, O Adam, so long as the Tub Malak was obedient to me, a bright light rested on him and on his host. But when he transgressed my commandment, I deprived him of that bright nature, and he became dark. And when he was in the Shamayim, in the realms of light, he knew nothing of darkness, but he transgressed, and I made him fall from the Shamayim onto the Arets, and it was this darkness that overcame him. And on you, O Adam, while in my garden and obedient to me, did that bright light rest also. But when I heard of your transgression, I deprived you of that bright light. Yet of my mercy I did not turn you into darkness, but I made you your body of flesh, over which I spread this skin, in order that it may bear cold and heat. If I had let my wrath fall heavily on you, I should have destroyed you, and had I turned you into darkness, it would have been as if I had killed you. But in my mercy I have made you as you are. When you transgressed my commandment, O Adam, I drove you from the garden, and made you come forth into this land, and commanded you to live in this cave, and darkness covered you, as it did over him who transgressed my commandment. Thus, O Adam, has this night deceived you. It is not to last forever, but it is only 12 hours. When it is over, daylight will return. Sigh not, therefore, neither be moved, and say not in your heart that this darkness is long, and drags on wearily, and say not in your heart that I plague you with it. Strengthen your heart, and be not afraid. This darkness is not a punishment, O Adam. I have made the day, and have placed the sun in it to give light, in order that you and your children should do your work. For I knew you would sin and transgress, and come out into this land. Yet I would not force you, nor be heard over you, nor shut up, nor doom you through your fall, nor through your coming out from light into darkness, nor yet through your coming from the garden into this land. For I made you of light, and I willed to bring out children of light from you and light to you. But you did not guard my commandment one day, until I had finished the creation and Baruch everything in it. Then concerning the tree, I commanded you not to eat of it. Yet I knew that Hashatan would deceive himself, would also deceive you. Who deceived himself would also deceive you. So I made known to you by means of the tree not to come near him. And I told you not to eat of the fruit thereof, nor to taste of it, nor yet to sit under it, nor to yield to it. Had I not been and spoken to you, O Adam, concerning the tree, and had I left you without a commandment, and you had sinned, it would have been an offense on my part. For not having given you an order, you would turn around and blame me for it. But I commanded you and warned you, and you fell, so that my creatures cannot blame me, but the blame rests on them alone. And O Adam, I have made the day, so that you and your descendants can work and toil in it, and I have made the night for them to rest in it from their work, and for beasts of the field to go forth by night and look for their food. But little of darkness now remains, O Adam, and daylight will soon appear. Chapter 14. Then Adam said to ALAHYM, O Yahuwah, take my nafash, and let me not see this gloom any more, or remove me to some place where there is no darkness. But Yahuwah Elohim said to Adam, Indeed, I say to you, this darkness will pass from you. Every day I have determined for you, until the fulfillment of my covenant, when will save you and bring you back again into the garden, into the house of light you long for, in which there is no darkness. I will bring you to it in the kingdom of Shamayim. Again said ALAHYM to Adam, all this misery that you have been made to take on yourself because of your transgression will not free you from the hand of Hashatan, and will not save you, but I will. When I shall come down from Shamayim, and shall become flesh of your descendants, and take on myself the infirmity from which you suffer, then the darkness that covered you in this cave shall cover me in the grave. When I am in the flesh of your descendants, and I, who am without years, shall be subject to the reckoning of years, of times, of months, and of days, I shall be reckoned as one of the banim of men, in order to save you. And ALAHYM ceased to commune with Adam. Chapter 15. Then Adam and Hua cried and sorrowed by reason of ALAHYM's words to them, that they should not return to the garden until the fulfillment of the days decreed on them, but mostly because ALAHYM had told him that he should suffer for their YAHUSHA. Chapter 16. After this, Adam and Hua continued to stand in the cave, praying and crying until the morning dawned on them. And when they saw the light return to them, they restrained from fear and strengthened their hearts. Then Adam began to come out of the cave. And when he came to the mouth of it, and stood and turned his face towards the east, and saw the sunrise in glowing rays, and felt the heart thereof on his body, he was afraid of it, and thought in his heart that this flame came forth to plague him. He then cried and beat his chest. Then he fell on the ground on his face, and made his request, saying, O Yahuwah, plague me not, neither consume me, nor yet take away this chai from the earth. For he thought the sun was ALAHYM, because while he was in the garden, and heard the voice of ALAHYM, and the sound he made in the garden, and feared him, Adam never saw the brilliant light of the sun, neither did its flaming heat touch his body. Therefore he was afraid of the sun, when flaming rays of it reached him. He thought ALAHYM meant to plague him therewith all the days he had decreed for him. For Adam also said in his thoughts, as ALAHYM did not plague us with darkness, behold, he has caused this sun to rise, and to plague us with burning heat. But while he was thinking like this in his heart, the word of ALAHYM came to him and said, O Adam, get up on your feet. This sun is not ALAHYM, but it has been decreed and created to give light by day, of which I spoke to you in the cave, saying that the dawn would come, and there would be light by day. But I am ALAHYM, who comforted you in the night. And ALAHYM ceased to commune with Adam. Chapter 17. Then Adam and Hua came out at the mouth of the cave, and went towards the garden. But as they went near it, before the western gate, from which Hashatan came, when he deceived Adam and Hua, they found the serpent that became Hashatan coming at the gate, and sorrowfully licking the dust, and wiggling on its breast on the ground, by reason of the curse that fell on it from ALAHYM. And whereas before the serpent was the most exalted of all beasts, now it was changed and become slippery, and the meanest of them all. And it crept on its breast, and went on its belly. And whereas it was the fairest of all beasts, it had been changed, and was become the ugliest of them all. Instead of feeding on the best food, now it turned to eat the dust. Instead of living as before in the best places, now it lived in the dust. And whereas it had been the most beautiful of all beasts, all of which stood dumb at its beauty, it was now abhorred of them. And again, whereas it lived in one beautiful home, to which all other animals came from elsewhere, and where it drank, they drank also of the same. Now, after it had become venomous, by reason of ALAHYM's curse, all beasts fled from it, from its home, and would not drink of the water it drank, but fled from it. Chapter 18. When the accursed serpent saw Adam and Hua, it swelled its head, stood on its tail, and with eyes blood red, acted like it would kill them. It made straight for Hua, and ran after her, while Adam, standing by, cried because he had no stick in his hand with which to hit the serpent, and did not know how to put it to death. But with the heart burning for Hua, Adam approached the serpent, and held it by the tail, turned towards him, and said to him, O Adam, because of you and of Hua, I am slippery, and go on my belly. Then with its great strength, it threw down Adam and Hua and squeezed him, and tried to kill him. But ALAHYM sent a malach, who threw the serpent away from them, and raised them up. Then the word of ALAHYM came to the serpent, and said to it, The first time I made you slick, I made you to go on your belly, but I did not deprive you of speech. This time, however, you will be mute, and you and your race will speak no more, because the first time my creatures were ruined because of you, and this time you tried to kill them. Then the serpent was struck mute, and was no longer able to speak. And a wind blew down from Shamayim by the command of ALAHYM, and carried away the serpent from Adam and Hua, and threw it on the seashore, where it landed in India. Chapter 19. But Adam and Hua cried before ALAHYM, and Adam said to him, O Hua, when I was in the cave, I said this to you, My Yahuwah, the beast of the field, would rise and devour me, and cut off my hide from the earth. Then Adam, because of what had happened to him, beat his chest and fell on the ground like a corpse. Then the word of ALAHYM came to him, who raised him, and said to him, O Adam, not one of these beasts will be able to hurt you, because I have made the beasts and other moving things come to you in the cave. I did not let the serpent come with them, because it might have risen against you, and made you tremble, and the fear of it should fall into your hearts. For I knew that the accursed one is wicked, therefore I would not let it come near you with the other beasts. But now, strengthen your heart, and fear not. I am with you to the end of the days. I have determined on you. Chapter 20. Then Adam cried and said, O ALAHYM, take us away to some other place, where the serpent cannot come near us again, and rise against us, for fear that it might find your handmaiden Hua alone, and kill her, for its eyes are hideous and evil. But ALAHYM said to Adam and Hua, From now on, do not be afraid. I will not let it come near you. I have driven it away from you, from this mountain, neither will I leave it in the ability to hurt you. Then Adam and Hua worshipped before ALAHYM and gave him thanks, and praised him for having delivered them from death. Chapter 21. Then Adam and Hua went in search of the garden, and the heat beat like a flame on their faces, and they sweated from the heat and cried before Yahuwah. But the place where they cried was close to a high mountain, facing the western gate of the garden. Then Adam threw himself down from the top of that mountain. His face was torn, and his flesh was ripped. He lost a lot of blood, and was close to death. Meanwhile, Hua remained standing on the mountain, crying over him, thus lying. And she said, I do not wish to live after him, for all that he did to himself was through me. Then she threw herself after him, and was torn and ripped by stones, and remained lying as dead. But the merciful ALAHYM, who looks over his creatures, looked at Adam and Hua as they lie dead, and he sent his word to them, and raised him, and said to Adam, O Adam, all this misery which you have brought on yourself will have no effect against my rule, neither will it alter the covenant of the 5,500 years. Chapter 22. Then Adam said to ALAHYM, I dry up in the heat, I am faint from walking, and I do not want to be in this world, and I do not know when you will take me out of it to rest. Then Yahuwah ALAHYM said to him, O Adam, it cannot be now, not until you have ended your days. Then shall I bring you out of this miserable land. And Adam said to ALAHYM, While I was in the garden, I knew neither heat nor languor, neither moving about, nor trembling, nor fear. But now, since I came into this land, all this affliction has come over me. Then ALAHYM said to Adam, So long as you were keeping my commandment, my light and my compassionate favor rested on you. But when you transgressed my commandment, sorrow and misery came to you in this land. And Adam cried and said, O Yahuwah, do not cut me off from this, neither punish me for this, me with heavy plagues, nor yet repay me according to my sin. For we of our own will transgressed your commandment, and ignored your Torah, and tried to become Elohim like you, when Hashatan the enemy deceived us. Then ALAHYM said again to Adam, Because you have endured fear and trembling in this land, languor and suffering, treading and walking about, going on this mountain, and dying from it, I will take all this on myself in order to save you. Chapter 23. Then Adam cried more and said, O ALAHYM, have mercy on me, so far as to take on yourself that which I will do. But ALAHYM withdrew his word from Adam and Hua. Then Adam and Hua stood on their feet, and Adam said to Hua, Strengthen yourself, and I also will strengthen myself. And she strengthened herself as Adam told her. Then Adam and Hua took stones and placed them in the shape of an altar, and they took leaves from the trees outside the garden, with which they wiped from their face of the rock the blood they had spilled, but that which had dropped on the sand. They took together with the dust with which it was mingled, and offered it on the altar as an offering to ALAHYM. Then Adam and Hua stood under the altar and cried, thus praying to ALAHYM, Forgive us our trespass and our sin, and look at us with your eye of mercy. For when we were in the garden, our praises and our hymns went up before you without ceasing. But when we came into this strange land, pure praise was no longer ours, nor righteous prayer, nor understanding hearts, nor sweet thoughts, nor just counsels, nor long discernment, nor upright feelings. Neither is our bright nature left us, but our body is changed from the likeness in which it was at first when we were created. Yet now look at our blood, which is offered on these stones, and accept it as at our hands, like the praise we used to sing to you at first when in the garden." And Adam began to make more requests of ALAHYM. Chapter 24. Then the merciful ALAHYM, Tube and lover of men, looked at Adam and Hua and their blood, which they had held up as an offering to him, without an order from him for so doing. But he wondered at them, and accepted their offerings. And ALAHYM sent from his presence a bright fire that consumed their offerings. He smelled the sweet savor of their offering, and showed them mercy. Then came the word of ALAHYM to Adam, and said to him, "O Adam, as you have shed your blood, so will I shed my own blood when I become flesh of your descendants. And as you died, O Adam, so also will I die. And as you built an altar, so also will I make for you an altar of the earth. And as you offered your blood on it, so also will I offer my blood on an altar on the earth. And as you sued for forgiveness through that blood, so also will I make my blood forgiveness of sins, and erase transgressions in it. And now behold, I have accepted your offering, O Adam, but the days of the covenant in which I have bound you are not fulfilled. When they are fulfilled, then will I bring you back into the garden. Now therefore, strengthen your heart, and when sorrow comes over you, make me an offering, and I will be favorable towards you." Chapter 25. But ALAHYM knew that Adam believed he should frequently kill himself. And make an offering to him of his blood. Therefore he said to him, "O Adam, do not ever kill yourself like this again, by throwing yourself down from that mountain." But Adam said to ALAHYM, "I was thinking to put an end to myself at once, for having transgressed your commandments, and for my having come out of this beautiful garden, and for the bright light of which you have deprived me, and for the praises which poured forth from my mouth without ceasing, and for the light that covered me. Yet of your tubeness, O ALAHYM, do not get rid of me altogether, but be favorable to me every time I die, and bring me to Chai. And therefore it will be made known that you are a merciful ALAHYM, who does not want anyone to perish, who loves not that one should fall, and who does not condemn any one cruelly, badly, and by whole destruction." Then Adam remained silent, and the word of ALAHYM came to him, and baruched him, and comforted him, and covenanted with him, that he would save him at the end of the days determined for him. This, then, was the first offering Adam made to ALAHYM, and so it became his custom to do. Chapter 26. Then Adam took Hua, and they began to return to the cave of treasures where they lived. But when they got closer to it and saw it from a distance, heavy sorrow fell on Adam and Hua when they looked at it. Then Adam said to Hua, "When we were on the mountain, we were comforted by the word of ALAHYM that conversed with us, and the light that came from the east shone over us. But now the word of ALAHYM is hidden from us, and the light that shone over us is so changed as to disappear, and let darkness and sorrow come over us. And we are forced to enter this cave, which is like a prison, in which darkness covers over us, so that we are separated from each other, and you cannot see me, neither can I see you." When Adam had said these words, they cried and spread their hands before ALAHYM, for they were full of sorrow, and they prayed to ALAHYM to bring the sun to them, to shine on them, so that darkness would not return to them, and that they would not have to go under this covering of rock. And they wished to die rather than to see the darkness. Then ALAHYM looked at Adam and Hua, and at their great sorrow, and at all they had done with a fervent heart, on account of all the trouble they were in, instead of their former well-being, and on account of the misery that came over them in a strange land. Therefore ALAHYM was not angry with them, nor impatient with them, but he was patient and forbearing towards them, as towards the children he had created. Then came the word of ALAHYM to Adam, and said to him, Adam, as for the sun, if I were to take it and bring it to you, days, hours, years, and months would all stop, and the covenant I have made with you would never be fulfilled. But then you would be deserted and stuck in a perpetual plague. You would never be saved. Yea, rather bear long and calm your soul while you live. Calm your nafash while you live night and day, until the fulfillment of the days and the time of my covenant is come. Then shall I come and save you, O Adam, for I do not wish that you be afflicted. And when I look at all the two things in which you lived, and why you came out of them, then would I willingly show you mercy. But I cannot alter the covenant that has gone forth out of my mouth. Otherwise I would have brought you back into the garden. When, however, the covenant is fulfilled, then I shall show you and your descendants mercy, and bring you into the land of gladness, where there is neither sorrow nor suffering, but abiding joy and gladness, and light that never fails, and praises that never cease, and a beautiful garden that shall never pass away. And ALAHYM said again to Adam, Be patient, and enter the cave, for the darkness of which you were afraid shall only be 12 hours long, and when ended, light shall come up. Then Adam heard these words from ALAHYM. He and Hua worshipped before him, and their hearts were comforted. They returned into the cave after their custom, while tears flowed from their eyes. Sorrow and wailing became from their hearts, and they wanted their nafash would leave their body. And Adam and Hua stood praying until the darkness of night came over them, and Adam was hid from Hua, and she from him, and they remained standing in prayer. Chapter 27. When Hashatan, the hater of all two, saw how they continued in prayer, and how ALAHYM communed with them and comforted them, and how he had accepted their offering, Hashatan made an apparition. He began with transforming his host. In his hands was a flashing fire, and they were in a great light. He then placed his throne near the mouth of the cave, because he could not enter into it by reason of their prayers. And he shed light into the cave, until the cave glistened over Adam and Hua, while his host began to sing praises. And Hashatan did this in order that when Adam saw the light, he should think within himself that it was a Shamayim light, and that Hashatan's hosts were Malakim, and that ALAHYM had sent them to watch at the cave, and to give him light in the darkness, so that when Adam came out of the cave and saw them, and Adam and Hua bowed to Satan, Hashatan, then he would overcome Adam thereby, and a second time humble him before ALAHYM. When therefore Adam and Hua saw the light, fancying it was real, they strengthened their hearts. Yet as they were trembling, Adam said to Hua, Look at that great light, and at those many songs of praise, and at that host standing outside, who will not come into our cave. Why do they not tell us what they want, where they are from, what the meaning of this light is, what those praises are, why they have been sent to this place, and why they will not come in? If they were from ALAHYM, they would come into the cave with us and would tell us why they were sent. Then Adam stood up and prayed to ALAHYM with a burning heart and said, O Yahuwah, is there in the world another Elohim beside you, who created Malachim and filled them with light and sent them to keep us, who would come with them? But look, we see these hosts, that stand at the mouth of the cave. They are in great light. They sing loud praises. If they are some other Elohim, then you tell me, and if they are sent by you, inform me of the reason for which you have sent them. No sooner had Adam said this, then a malak from Yahuwah, ALAHYM, appeared to him in the cave, who said to him, O Adam, fear not. This is Hashatan and his host. He wishes to deceive you, as he deceived you at first. For the first time he was hidden in the serpent, but this time he has come to you, a malach of light, in order that when you worship him, he might enslave you in the very presence of ALAHYM. Then the malak went from Adam and seized Hashatan at the opening of the cave and stripped him of the pretense he had assumed, and brought him in his own hideous form to Adam and Hua, who were afraid of him when they saw him. And the malak said to Adam, This hideous form has been his ever since ALAHYM made him fall from the Shamayim. He could not have come near you in it. He therefore transformed himself into a malak of light. Then the malak drove away Hashatan and his host from Adam and Hua, and said to them, Fear not, ALAHYM who created you, who will strengthen you. And the malak left them, but Adam and Hua remained standing in the cave. No consolation came to them. They divided their thoughts, and when it was morning they prayed. They divided in their thoughts, and when it was morning they prayed, and then went out to seek the garden, for their hearts were towards it, and they could get no consolation for having left it. Chapter 28. When the crafty Hashatan saw them, that they were going to the garden, he gathered together his host, and came in the appearance on a cloud, intent on deceiving them. But when Adam and Hua saw him thus in a vision, they thought that they were malakim of ALAHYM, come to comfort them about having left the garden, or to bring them back again to it. And Adam spread his hands before ALAHYM, beseeching him to make him understand what they were. Then Hashatan, the hater of all Tub, said to Adam, O Adam, I am a malak of the great ALAHYM, and behold, the host that surrounds me. ALAHYM has sent us to take you and bring you to the border of the garden northwards, to the shore of the clear sea, and bathe you and Hua in it, and raise you to your former gladness, that you return again to the garden. These words sank into the heart of Adam and Hua, yet ALAHYM withheld his word from Adam, and did not make him understand at once, but waited to see his strength, whether he would be overcome as Hua was when in the garden, or whether he would prevail. Then Hashatan called to Adam and Hua, and said, Behold, we go to the sea of water. And they began to go. And Adam and Hua followed them at some little distance. But when they came to the mountain to the north of the garden, a very high mountain, without any steps to the top of it, the devil drew near to Adam and Hua, and made them go up to the top in reality, and not in a vision, wanting as he did to throw them down and kill them, and to wipe off their name from the earth, so that this earth should remain to him and his host alone. Chapter 29. But when the merciful ALAHYM saw that Hashatan wished to kill Adam with his many tricks, and saw that Adam was meek and without guile, ALAHYM spoke to Hashatan in a loud voice and cursed him. Then he and his host fled, and Adam and Hua remained standing on the top of the mountain. From there they saw below them the wide world, high above which they were. But they saw none of the hosts which time after time were by them. They cried, both Adam and Hua, before ALAHYM, and begged for forgiveness of him. Then came the word from ALAHYM to Adam, and said to him, Know and understand concerning this Hashatan, that he seeks to deceive you and your descendants after you. And Adam cried before Yahuwah ALAHYM, and begged and prayed to him to give him something from the garden, as a token to him wherein to be comforted. And ALAHYM considered Adam's thought, and sent the Malak Mikael as far as the sea that reaches India, to take from there the golden rods and bring them to Adam. This did ALAHYM in his wisdom, in order that these golden rods, being with Adam in the cave, should shine forth with light in the night around him, and put an end to his fear of the darkness. Then the Malak Mikael went down by ALAHYM's order, took golden rods, as ALAHYM had commanded him, and brought them to ALAHYM. Chapter 30. After these things, ALAHYM commanded the Malak Gabriel to go down to the garden, and say to the Karub who kept it, Behold, ALAHYM has commanded me to come into the garden, and to take from it sweet-smelling incense, and give it to Adam. Then the Malak Gabriel went down by ALAHYM's order to the garden, and told the Karub as ALAHYM had commanded him. The Karub then said, Well. And Gabriel went in and took the incense. Then ALAHYM commanded his Malak Raphael to go down to the garden, and speak to the Karub about some myrrh, to give it to Adam. And the Malak Raphael went down and told the Karub as ALAHYM had commanded him. And the Karub said, Well. Then Raphael went in and took the myrrh. The golden rods were from the Indian Sea, where there are precious stones. The incense was from the eastern border of the garden, and the myrrh was from the western border, from where bitterness came over Adam. And the Malachim brought these things to ALAHYM by the tree of Chai in the garden. Then ALAHYM said to the Malachim, Dip them in the spring of water, then take them and sprinkle their water over Adam and Hua, that they be a little comforted in their sorrow, and give them to Adam and Hua. And the Malachim did as ALAHYM had commanded them, and they gave all those things to Adam and Hua on the top of the mountain on which Hashatan had placed them, when he sought to make an end of them. And when Adam saw the golden rods, the incense, and the myrrh, he rejoiced and cried, because he thought that the gold was a token of the kingdom from where he had come, and that the incense was a token of the bright light which he had been taken from him, and that the myrrh was a token of the sorrow in which he was. Chapter 31. After these things, ALAHYM said to Adam, You asked me for something from the garden, to be comforted therewith, and I have given you these 3 tokens, as a consolation to you, that you trust in me, and in my covenant with you. For I will come and save you, and kings shall bring me, when in the flesh, gold, frankincense, and myrrh. Gold as a token of my kingdom, frankincense as a token of my divinity, and myrrh as a token of my suffering and of my death. But, O Adam, put these by you in the cave, the gold, that it may shed light over you by night, the frankincense, that you smell its sweet savor, and the myrrh, to comfort you in sorrow. When Adam heard these words from ALAHYM, he worshipped before him. He and Hua worshipped him and gave him thanks, because he had dealt mercifully with them. Then ALAHYM commanded the 3 Malachim, Mikael, Gabriel, and Raphael, each to bring what he had brought, and give it to Adam. And they did so, one by one. And ALAHYM commanded Suriel and Salathiel to bear up Adam and Hua, and bring them down from the top of the high mountain, and to take them to the cave of treasures. There they laid the gold on the south side of the cave, the frankincense on the eastern side, and the myrrh on the western side, for the mouth of the cave was on the north side. The Malachim then comforted Adam and Hua, and departed. The gold was 70 rods, the frankincense was 12 pounds, and the myrrh 3 pounds. These remained by Adam in the cave of treasures. ALAHYM gave these 3 things to Adam on the 3rd day after he had come out of the garden, in token of the 3 days YAHUSHA should remain in the heart of the earth. And these 3 things, as they continued with Adam in the cave, gave him light by night, and by day they gave him a little relief from his sorrow. Chapter 32. And Adam and Hua remained in the cave of treasures until the 7th day. They neither ate of the fruit of the earth, nor drank water. And when it was dawn on the 18th day, Adam said to Hua, O Hua, we prayed ALAHYM to give us something from the garden, and he sent his malachim to bring us what we had desired. But now, get up, let us go to the sea of water we saw at first, and let us stand in it, praying that ALAHYM will again be favorable to us, and take us back to the garden, or give us something, or that he will give us comfort in some other land than this in which we are. Then Adam and Hua came out of the cave, went and stood on the border of the sea in which they had before thrown themselves. And Adam said to Hua, Come, go down into this place, and come not out of it until the end of 30 days, when I shall come to you, and pray to ALAHYM with burning heart and with a sweet voice to forgive us. And I will go to another place, and go down into it, and do like you. Then Hua went down into the water, as Adam had commanded her. Adam also went down into the water, as they stood praying, and besought Yahuwah to forgive them their offense, and to restore them to their former state. And they stood like that praying until the end of the 35 days. Chapter 33. But Hashatan, the hater of all two, sought them in the cave, but found them not, although he searched diligently for them. But he found them standing in the water praying, and thought within himself, Adam and Hua are standing in that water, praying to ALAHYM to forgive them their transgression, and to restore them to their former state, and to take them from under my hand. But I will deceive them, so that they shall come out of the water, and not fulfill their vow. Then the hater of all two went not to Adam, but he went to Hua, and took the form of a malach of ALAHYM, praising and rejoicing, and said to her, Peace be to you, be glad and rejoice. ALAHYM is favorable to you, and he sent me to Adam. I have brought him the good news of YAHUSHA of Yasha, and of his being filled with bright light as he was at first. And Adam, in his joy for his restoration, has sent me to you, that you come to me, in order that I crown you with light like him. And he said to me, Speak to Hua. If she does not come with you, tell her of the sign when we were on the top of the mountain, how ALAHYM sent his malachim, who took us and brought us to the cave of treasures, and laid the gold on the southern side, frankincense on the eastern side, and myrrh on the western side. Now come to him. When Hua heard these words from him, she rejoiced greatly, and thinking Hashatan's appearance was real, she came out of the sea. He went before, and she followed him until they came to Adam. Then Hashatan hid himself from her, and she saw him no more. She then came and stood before Adam, who was standing by the water, and rejoicing in ALAHYM's forgiveness. And as she called to him, he turned around, found her there, and cried when he saw her, and beat his chest, and from the bitterness of his grief he sank into the waters. But ALAHYM looked at him, and at his misery, and at his being about to breathe his last. And the word of ALAHYM came from Shamayim, raised him out of the waters, and said to him, Go up the high bank to Hua. And when he came up to Hua, he said to her, Who told you to come out here? Then she told him the discourse of the malach who had appeared to her, and had given her a sign. But Adam grieved, and gave her to know it was Hashatan. He then took her, and they both returned to the cave. These things happened to them the second time they went down to the water, 7 days after their coming out of the garden. They fasted in the water 35 days altogether, 42 days since they left the garden. Chapter 34. And on the morning of the 43rd day, they came out of the cave sorrowful and crying. Their bodies were lean, and they were parched from hunger and thirst, from fasting and praying, and from their heavy sorrow on account of their transgression. And when they had come out of the cave, they went up to the mountain to the west of the garden. There they stood and prayed and besought ALAHYM to grant them forgiveness of their sins. And after their prayers, Adam began to beg ALAHYM, saying, O my Adoni, my ALAHYM, and my Creator, you commanded the 4 elements to be gathered together, and they were gathered together by your order. Then you spread your hand and created me out of one element, that of the dust of the earth, and you brought me into the garden at the 3rd hour, on the 6th day, and informed me of it in the cave. Then, at first, I knew neither night nor day, for I had a bright nature. Neither did the light in which I lived ever leave me to know night or day. Then again, O Yahuwah, in that 3rd hour in which you created me, you brought to me all beasts and lions and ostriches and fowls of the air and all things that moved in the earth, which you had created at the 1st hour before me of the 6th day. And your will was that I should name them all, one by one, with a suitable name. But you gave me understanding and knowledge and a pure heart and a right mind from you, that I should name them after your own mind regarding the naming of them. O ALAHYM, you made them obedient to me, and ordered that not one of them break from my sway, according to your commandment, and the dominion which you had given me over them. But now they are all estranged from me. Then it was in that 3rd hour on the 6th day in which you created me, and commanded me concerning the tree, to which I was neither to go near, nor to eat thereof. For you said to me in the garden, when you eat of it, death you shall die. Of death you shall die. And if you had punished me, as if you said, with death, I should have died that very moment. To him, O Adam, when you were in my garden, you knew neither eating nor drinking, neither faintness nor suffering, neither leanness of flesh nor charge, neither change, neither did sleep depart from your eyes. But since you transgressed and came into this strange land, all these trials are overcome you. Chapter 36. Then ALAHYM commanded the Karub, who kept the gate of the garden with the sword of fire in his hand, to take some of the fruit of the fig tree, to give it to Adam. The Karub obeyed the commandment of Yahuwah ALAHYM, and went into the garden, and brought 2 figs on 2 twigs, each fig hanging to its leaf. They were from 2 of the trees among which Adam and Hua hid themselves, when ALAHYM went to walk in the garden. And the word of ALAHYM came to Adam and Hua, and said to them, Adam, Adam, where are you? And Adam answered, O ALAHYM, here I am. When I heard the sound of you and your voice, I hid myself, because I am naked. And the Karub took 2 figs, and brought them to Adam and Hua, but he threw them to them from a distance, for they might not come near the Karub by reason of their flesh, that could not come near the fire. At first, Malachim trembled at the presence of Adam, and were afraid of him. But now Adam trembled before the Malachim, and was afraid of them. Then Adam came closer, and took 1 fig, and Hua also came in turn, and took the other. And as they took them up in their hands, they looked at them, and knew they were from the trees among which they had hidden themselves. Chapter 37. Then Adam said to Hua, Did you not see these figs and their leaves with which we covered ourselves when we were stripped of our bright nature? But now we do not know what misery and suffering may come over us from eating them. Now therefore, O Hua, let us restrain ourselves and not eat of them, you and I, and let us ask ALAHYM to give us of the fruit of the tree of Kai. Thus did Adam and Hua restrain themselves and did not eat of these figs. But Adam began to pray to ALAHYM and to beseech him to give him of the fruit of the tree of Kai, saying thus, O ALAHYM, when we transgressed your commandment at the 6th hour, the 6th day, we were stripped of the bright nature we had, and did not continue in the garden of our transgression after our transgression more than 3 hours. But in the evening you made us come out of it. O ALAHYM, we transgressed against you 1 hour, and all these trials and sorrows have come over us until this day, and those days together with this, the 43rd day, do not redeem that 1 hour in which we transgressed. O ALAHYM, look at us with an eye of pity, and do not avenge us according to our transgression of your commandment in your presence. O ALAHYM, give us of the fruit of the tree of Chai, that we may eat of it and live, and turn not to see sufferings and other trouble in this earth. For you are ALAHYM. When we transgressed your commandment, you made us come out of the garden and set a karub to keep the tree of Chai, lest we should eat thereof and live, and know nothing of faintness after we transgress. But now, O Yahuwah, behold, we have endured all these days and have borne sufferings. Make these 43 days an equivalent for the 1 hour in which we transgressed. Chapter 38. After these things, the word of ALAHYM came to Adam and said to him, O Adam, as to the fruit of the tree of Chai that you have asked for, I will not give it to you now, but only when the 5,500 years are fulfilled. At that time I will give you the fruit from the tree of Chai, and you will eat and live forever, you and Hua and your righteous descendants. But these 43 days cannot make amends for the hour in which you transgressed my commandment. O Adam, I gave you the fruit of the fig tree to eat, in which you hid yourself. Go and eat of it, you and Hua. I will not deny your request, neither will I disappoint your hope and expectation. Therefore, endure until the fulfillment of the covenant I made with you. And ALAHYM withdrew his word from Adam. Chapter 39. Then Adam returned to Hua and said to her, Get up and take a fig for yourself, and I will take another, and let us go to our cave. Then Adam and Hua took each a fig and went towards the cave. The time was about the setting of the sun, and their thoughts made them long to eat of the fruit. But Adam said to Hua, I am afraid to eat of this fig. I know not what may come over me from it. So Adam cried and stood praying before ALAHYM, saying, Satisfy my hunger without my having to eat this fig, for after I have eaten it, what will it profit me? And what shall I desire and ask of you, O ALAHYM, when it is gone? And he said again, I am afraid to eat of it, for I know not what will befall me through it. Chapter 40. Then the word of ALAHYM came to Adam and said to him, O Adam, why didn't you have this dread, or this fasting, or this care before now? And why didn't you have this fear before you transgressed? But when you came to live in this strange land, your animal body could not survive on earth without earthly food, to strengthen it and to restore its powers. And ALAHYM withdrew his word from Adam. Chapter 41. Then Adam took the fig and laid it on the golden rods. Hua also took her fig and put it on the frankincense, and the weight of each fig was that of a watermelon, for the fruit of the garden was much larger than the fruit of this land. But Adam and Hua remained standing and fasting the whole of that night until the morning dawned. When the sun rose, they were still praying, but after they had finished praying, Adam said to Hua, O Hua, come, Let us go to the border of the garden looking south, to the place from where the river flows and is parted into the 4 heads. There we will pray to ALAHYM and ask him to give us some of the water of Chai to drink. For ALAHYM has not fed us with the tree of Chai in order that we may not live. Therefore, we will ask him to give us some of the water of Chai and to quench our thirst with it, rather than we drink of the water of this land. When Hua heard these words from Adam, she agreed, and they both got up and came to the southern border of the garden, at the edge of the river of a water, short distance from the garden. And they stood and prayed before Yahuwah, and asked him to look at them this once, to forgive them, and to grant them their requests. After this prayer from both of them, Adam began to pray with his voice before ALAHYM and said, O Yahuwah, when I was in the garden and saw the water that flowed from under the tree of Chai, my heart did not desire, neither did my body require to drink of it, neither did I know thirst, for I was living and above that which I am now, so that in order to live I did not require any food of Chai, neither did I drink of the water of Chai. But now, O ALAHYM, I am dead, my flesh is parched with thirst. Give me of the water of Chai, that I may drink of it and live. O, of your mercy, O ALAHYM, save me from these plagues and trials, and bring me into another land different from this, if you will not let me live in your garden. Footnote. This is substantiated by Barashit chapter 3 verse 7, whereby the leaves of the fig tree were large enough that Adam and Hua could fashion garments from them. Chapter 42. And since that was a note, here's another thought. Maybe the garden was sort of like a dimensional realm, so like everything looked normal, but once it crossed over into a physical realm, it was like bigger because it was going from one dimension to another, where maybe everything's a little bit big, like even the people are bigger, it looks normal, but when it goes to the earth, it's like the earth is like littler, more, and it's like, but it looks big because it like crossed over. I don't know, just a thought. Chapter 42. Then came the word of ALAHYM to Adam, and said to him, O Adam, as to what you said, bring me into a land where this is rest. It is not another land than this, but it is the kingdom of Yahuwah, where alone there is rest. But you cannot make your entrance into it at present, but only after your judgment is passed and fulfilled. Then will I make you go up into the kingdom of Yahuwah, you and your righteous descendants, and I will give you and them the rest you ask for at present. And if you said, give me of the water of Chai, that I might drink of it and live, it cannot be this day, but on the day that I shall descend into Sheol, and break the gates of brass, and bruise in pieces the kingdoms of iron, then will I, in mercy, save your soul and the souls of the righteous, to give them rest in my garden. And that shall be when the end of the world is come. And again, in regard to the water of Chai you seek, it will not be granted to you this day, but on the day that I shall shed my blood on your head, and in the land of Gogoleth. For my blood shall be the water of Chai to you at that time, and not just to you alone, but to all your descendants who shall believe in me, that it be for them rest forever. Yahuwah said again to Adam, O Adam, when you were in the garden, these trials did not come to you, but since you transgressed my commandment, all these sufferings have come over you. Now also does your flesh require food and drink. Drink then of the water that flows by you on the face of the earth. Then ALAHYM withdrew his word from Adam, and Adam and Hua worshipped Yahuwah, and rested from the river of water of the cave. It was noonday, and when they drew near to the cave, they saw a large fire by it. Chapter 43. Then Adam and Hua were afraid, and stood still. And Adam said to Hua, what is that fire by our cave? We have done nothing in it to cause this fire. We did neither have bread to bake therein, nor broth to cook there. As to this fire, we have never known anything like it, neither do we know what to call it. But ever since ALAHYM sent the Karu with a sword of fire that flashes and lightened in his hand, from fear of which we fell down and were like corpses, have we not seen the like. But now, O Hua, behold, this is the same fire that was in the Karu's hand, which ALAHYM has sent to keep the cave in which we live. O Hua, it is because ALAHYM is angry with us and will drive us from it. O Hua, we have again transgressed his commandment in the cave, so that he had sent the fire to burn around it and prevent us from going into it. If this be really so, O Hua, where shall we live, and where shall we flee from before the face of Yahuwah? Since in regard to the garden, he will not let us live in it, and he has deprived us of the two things thereof. But he has placed us in this cave, in which we had borne darkness, trials, and hardships, until at last we have found comfort therein. But now that he has brought us into another land, who knows what may happen in it? And who knows but that darkness of that land may be far greater than the darkness of this land? Who knows what may happen in that land by day or night? And who knows whether it might be far or near, O Hua? Where it will please ALAHYM to put us, may be far from the garden, O Hua, or where ALAHYM will prevent us from beholding him, because we have transgressed his commandment, and because we have made request of him at all times. O Hua, if ALAHYM will bring us into a strange land other than this, in which we find consolation, it must be to put our nafashim to death and blot our names from the face of the earth. O Hua, if we are further alienated from the garden and from ALAHYM, where shall we find him again? And ask him to give us gold, frankincense, and myrrh, and some fruit of the fig. Where shall we find him to comfort us a second time? Where shall we find him, that he may think of us as regards to the covenant he has made in our behalf? Then Adam said no more, and they kept looking, he and Hua, toward the cave, and at the fire that flared up around it. But that fire was from Hashatan, for he had gathered trees and dry grasses, and had carried and brought them to the cave, and had set fire to them in order to consume the cave and what was in it, so that Adam and Hua should be left in sorrow, and he should cut off their trust in ALAHYM, and make them deny him. But by the mercy of ALAHYM, he could not burn the cave, for ALAHYM sent his malak around the cave to guard it from such a fire until it went out. And this fire lasted from noonday until break of day, that was the 45th day. Chapter 44. Yet Adam and Hua were standing and looking at the fire, and unable to come near the cave from their dread of the fire. And Hashatan kept on bringing trees and throwing them into the fire, until the flames of the fire rose up on high and covered the whole cave, thinking as he did in his own mind to consume the cave with much fire. But the malach of Yahuwah was guarding it, and yet he could not curse Hashatan, nor injure him by word, because he had no authority over him, neither did he take to doing so with words from his own mouth. Therefore the malach tolerated him, without saying one bad word, until the word of ALAHYM came, who said to Hashatan, Go away from here. Once before you deceived my servants, and this time you seek to destroy them. Were it not for my mercy, I would have destroyed you and your host from off the earth. But I have had patience with you until the end of the world. Then Hashatan fled from before Yahuwah, but the fire went on burning around the cave like a coal of fire the whole day, which was the 46th day Adam and Hua had spent since they came out of the garden. And when Adam and Hua saw that the heat of the fire had somewhat cooled down, they began to walk towards the cave to get into it as they usually did, but they could not by reason of the heat of the fire. Then they both began crying because of the fire that separated them from the cave, and that came towards them, burning, and they were afraid. Then Adam said to Hua, See, this fire of which we had portion in us, which formerly yielded to us, but no longer does so? Now that we have transgressed the limit of creation and changed our condition, and our nature is altered, but the fire is not changed in its nature, nor altered from its creation. Therefore, it now has power over us, and when we came near it, it scorches our flesh. Chapter 45. Then Adam rose and prayed to ALAHYM, saying, See, this fire has separated us from the cave in which you have commanded us to live, but now, behold, we cannot go into it. Then ALAHYM heard Adam, and sent his word, that said, O Adam, see this fire, how different the flame and heat thereof are from the garden and of delights of the two things in it. When you were under my control, all creatures yielded to you, but after you have transgressed my commandment, they all rise over you. ALAHYM said again to him, See, O Adam, how Hashatan has exalted you. He has deprived you of ALAHYM, and of an exalted state like me, and has not kept his word to you, but has after all become your enemy. He is the one who made this fire, in which he meant to burn you and Hua. Why, O Adam, has he not kept his agreement with you, not even one day, but has deprived you of the esteem that was on you when you yielded to his command? Do you think, Adam, that he loved you when he made this agreement with you, or that he loved you and wished to raise you on high? But no, Adam, he did not do all that out of love for you, but he wished and wanted to make you come out of light into darkness, and from an exalted state to degradation, from esteem to abasement, from joy to sorrow, and from rest to fasting and fainting. ALAHYM also said to Adam, See the fire kindled by Hashatan around your cave. See this wonder that surrounds you, and know that it will encompass about both you and your descendants when you obey his command, that he will plague you with fire, and that you will go down into Sheol after you are dead. Then you will see the burning of his fire that will be burning around you, and likewise your descendants. You will not be delivered from it until my coming, just like you cannot go into your cave right now because of the great fire around it, not until my word comes and makes a way for you on the day my covenant is fulfilled. There is no way for you at present to come from this height to rest, not until my word comes, who is my word. Then he will make a way for you, and you shall have rest. Then ALAHYM called with his word to the fire that burned around the cave, that it split itself in half until Adam had gone through it. Then the fire parted itself by ALAHYM's order, and a way was made for Adam, and ALAHYM withdrew his word from Adam. Chapter 46. Then Adam and Hua began to come into the cave, and when they came to the way between the fire, Hashatan blew into the fire like a whirlwind, and caused burning coal fire to cover Adam and Hua, so that their bodies were singed, and the coal fire scorched them. And from burning of fire, Adam and Hua screamed and said, O Yahuwah, save us! Leave us not to be consumed and plagued by this burning fire, neither require us for having transgressed your commandment. Then ALAHYM looked at their bodies, on which Hashatan had caused fire to burn, and ALAHYM sent his malach that stayed the burning fire, but the wounds remained on their bodies. And ALAHYM said to Adam, See Hashatan's love for you, who pretended to give you Elohim and greatness, and behold, he burns you with fire, and seek to destroy you from off the earth. Then look at me, O Adam, I created you, and how many times have I delivered you out of his hand? If not, would not have he destroyed you? ALAHYM again said to Hua, What is that he promised you in the garden, saying, As soon as you eat from the tree of your eyes will be open, and you shall become like Elohim, knowing good and evil. But look, He has burnt your bodies with fire, and has made you taste the taste of fire. For the taste of the garden has made you see the burning of fire, and the evil of it, and the power it has over you. Your eyes have seen the two he has taken from you, and in truth he has opened your eyes, and you have seen the garden in which you were with me, and you have also seen the evil that he has come over you from Hashatan. But as ALAHYM, he cannot give it to you, neither fulfill his speech to you. No, he was bitter against you and your descendants that will come after you. And ALAHYM withdrew his word from them. Chapter 47. Then Adam and Hua came into the cave, yet trembling at the fire that had scorched their bodies. So Adam said to Hua, Look, the fire has burnt our flesh in this world, but how will it be when we are dead, and Hashatan shall punish our Nafeshim? Is not our deliverance long and far off? Unless ALAHYM come, and in mercy to us fulfill his promise. Then Adam and Hua passed into the cave, but rocking themselves for coming into it once more, for it was in their thoughts that they never should enter into it, when they saw the fire around it. But as the sun was setting, the fire was still burning and nearing Adam and Hua in the cave, so that they could not sleep in it. The sun set out of it. This was the 47th day after they came out of the garden. Adam and Hua then came under the top of the hill by the garden to sleep, as they were accustomed. And they stood in ALAHYM to forgive them their sins, and then fell asleep under the summit of the mountain. But Hashatan, the hater of all two, thought within himself, whereas ALAHYM had promised YAHUSHA to Adam by covenant, and that he would deliver him out of all the hardships that have befallen him, but has not promised me by covenant, and will not deliver me out of my hardships. No, since he has promised him that he should make him and his descendants live in the kingdom in which I once was, I will kill Adam. The earth shall be rid of him, and shall be left to me alone, so that when he is dead, he may not have any descendants left to inherit the kingdom that shall remain my own realm. ALAHYM will then be wanting me, and he will restore it to me and my hosts. Chapter 48. After this, Hashatan called to his hosts, all of which came to him, and said to him, O our Lord, what will you do? O Lord, what will you do? He then said to them, You know that this Adam, whom ALAHYM created of the dust, is the one who has taken our kingdom. Come, let us gather together and kill him, or hurl a rock at him and at Hua, and crush them under it. When Hashatan's hosts heard these words, they came to the part of the mountain where Adam and Hua were asleep. Then Hashatan and his hosts took a huge rock, broad and even, and without blemish, thinking within himself, if there should be a hole in the rock, when it fell on them, the hole of the rock might cover over them, and so they would escape and not die. He then said to his host, Take up this stone and throw it flat on them, so that it does not roll off them to somewhere else. And when you have hurled it, get away from there quickly. And they did as he told them. But as the rock fell down from the mountain toward Adam and Hua, ALAHYM commanded the rock to become a dome over them that did them no harm. And so it was by ALAHYM's order. But when the rock fell, the whole earth quaked with it, and was shaken from the size of the rock. And as it was quaked and shook, Adam and Hua awoke from sleep and found themselves under a dome of rock. But they didn't know what had happened, because when they fell asleep, they were under the sky and not under a dome. And when they saw it, they were afraid. Then Adam said to Hua, Wherefore has the mountain bent itself, and the earth quaked and shaken on our account? And why has this rock spread itself over us like a tent? Does ALAHYM intend to plague us and to shut us up in this prison? Or will he close the earth over us? Is he angry with us for our having come out of the cave without his order, and for our having done so for our own accord without consulting him, when we left the cave and came to this place? Then Hua said, If indeed the earth quaked for our sake, and this rock forms a tent over us because of our transgression, then we will be sorry, O Adam, because our punishment will be long. But get up and pray to ALAHYM, and let us know concerning this, and what this rock is that is spread over us like a tent. Then Adam stood up and prayed before Yahuwah to let him know what he had brought about this difficult time. And Adam stood praying like that until morning. Chapter 49. Then the word of ALAHYM came and said, O Adam, who counseled you when you came out of the cave to come to this place? And Adam said to ALAHYM, O Yahuwah, we came to this place because of the heat of the fire that came over us inside of the cave. Then Yahuwah ALAHYM said to Adam, O Adam, your dread of the heat of fire for one night, but how will it be when you live in Shaul? Yet, O Adam, do not be afraid, and do not believe that I have placed this dome of rock over you to plague you with it. It came from Hashatan, who had promised you ALAHYM's status and majesty. It is he who threw down this rock to kill you under it, and Hua with you, and thus to prevent you from living on the earth. But in mercy for you, just as the rock was falling down on you, I commanded it to form a dome over you, and the rock under you to lower itself. And this sign, O Adam, will happen to me at my coming on earth. Hashatan will raise the people of the Yahudim to put me to death, and they lay me in a rock, and seal a large stone over me, and I shall remain within that rock 3 days and 3 nights. But on the 3rd day I shall rise again, and it shall be YAHUSHA to you, O Adam, and it shall be YAHUSHA to you, O Adam, and your descendants to believe in me. But, O Adam, I will not bring you from under the rock until 3 days and 3 nights have passed. And ALAHYM withdrew his word from Adam. But Adam and Hua lived under the rock 3 days and 3 nights, as ALAHYM had told them. And ALAHYM did so to them, because they had left their cave and had come to this place without ALAHYM's order. But after 3 days and 3 nights, ALAHYM created an opening in the dome of the rock, and allowed them to get out from under it. Their flesh was dried up, and their eyes and hearts were troubled from crying and sorrow. Chapter 50. Then Adam and Hua went forth and came into the cave of treasures, and they stood praying in it the whole of that day until the evening. And this took place at the end of the 50th day, at the 50 days after they had left the garden. But Adam and Hua rose again and prayed to ALAHYM in the cave the whole of that night, and begged for mercy from him. And when they dawned, Adam and Hua come. And when the day dawned, Adam and Hua, come, let us go. Adam said to Hua, come, let us go and do some work for our bodies. So they went out of the cave and came to the northern border of the garden, and they looked for something to cover their bodies, but they found nothing, and knew not how to do the work. Yet their bodies were stained, and they were speechless from cold and heat. Then Adam stood and asked ALAHYM to show him something with which to cover their bodies. Then came the word of ALAHYM and said to him, O Adam, take Hua and come to the seashore where you fasted before. There you will find skins of sheep that were left after lions ate the carcasses. Take them and make garments for yourselves and clothe yourselves with them. Chapter 51. When Adam heard these words from ALAHYM, he took Hua and went from the northern end of the garden to the south of it by the river of water where they once fasted. But as they were going on their way, and before they got there, Hashatan, the wicked one, had heard the word of ALAHYM communing with Adam respecting his covering. It grieved him, and he hastened to the place where the sheepskins were, with the intention of taking them and throwing them into the sea, or of burning them with fire, so that Adam and Hua would not find them. But as he was about to take them, the word of ALAHYM came from Shamayim, and bound him by the side of those skins, until Adam and Hua came near to him. But as they got closer to him, they were afraid of him, and of his hideous look. Then came the word of ALAHYM to Adam and Hua, and said to them, This is he who was hidden in the serpent, and who deceived you, and stripped you of the garment of light and esteem in which you were. This is he who promised to you majesty and divinity. Where then is the beauty that was on him? Where is his divinity? Where is his light? Where is the esteem that rested on him? Now his figure is hideous. He is become abominable among Malachim. He has come to be called Hashatan. O Adam, he wished to take from you this earthly garment of sheepskin, and to destroy it, and not let you be covered with it. What then is the beauty that you should follow after him? And what have you gained by obeying him? See his evil works, and then look at him, and look at me, your creator, and at the two deeds I do for you. See, I bound him until you came and saw him, and beheld his weakness, that no power is left with him. And ALAHYM released him from his bonds. Chapter 52. After this, Adam and Hua said no more, but cried before ALAHYM on account of their creation, and of their bodies that required an earthly covering. Then Adam said to Hua, O Hua, this is the skin of beasts with which we shall be covered, but when we put it on, behold, we shall be wearing a token of death on our bodies. Just as the owners of these skins have died and have wasted away, so also shall we die and pass away. Then Adam and Hua took the skins and went back to the cave of treasures. And when it was, they stood and prayed as they were accustomed, and they thought how they could make garments of those skins, for they had no skill for it. Then ALAHYM sent to them his malak to show them how to work it out. And the malak said to Adam, Go forth and bring some palm thorns. Then Adam went out and brought some, and the malak had commanded him. Then the malak began before them to work out the skins, after the manner of one who prepares a shirt. And he took the thorns and stuck them into the skins before their eyes. Then the malak again stood up and prayed to ALAHYM that the thorns in those skins should be hidden, so as to be, as it were, sewn with one thread. And so it was. By ALAHYM's order, they became garments for Adam and Hua, and he clothed them therewith. From that time, the nakedness of their bodies was covered from the sight of each other's eyes. And this happened at the end of the 51st day. Then, when Adam and Hua, their bodies were covered, they stood and prayed, and sought mercy of Yahuwah, and forgiveness, and gave thanks for that he had mercy on them, and had covered their nakedness. And they ceased not from prayer the whole of that night. Then in the morning, when the morning dawned at the rising of the sun, they said their prayers after their custom, and then went out to the cave. And Adam said to Hua, Since we do not know what there is to the west of this cave, let us go out and see it today. Then they came forth and went toward the western border. Chapter 53. They were not very far from the cave when Hashatan came toward them, and hid himself between them in the cave, under the form of two ravenous lions, 3 days without food, and came toward Adam and Hua, as if to break them in pieces and devour them. Then Adam and Hua cried and prayed to ALAHYM, and to deliver them from their paws. Then the word of ALAHYM came to them, and drove away the lions from them. And ALAHYM said to Adam, O Adam, what do you seek on the western border? And why have you left your own accord to the eastern border, in which was your living place? Now then, turn back to your cave and remain in it, so that Hashatan will not deceive you or work his purpose over you. For in this western border, O Adam, there will go from you a descendant that shall replenish it, and that it will defile themselves with their sins and with their yielding to the commands of Hashatan, and by following his works. Therefore will I bring over them the waters of a flood, and overwhelm them all. But I will deliver what is left of the righteous among them, and I will bring them to a distant land, and the land in which you live now shall remain desolate, and without one inhabitant in it. After ALAHYM had thus spoken to them, they went back to the cave of treasures, but their flesh was dried up, and they were weak from fasting and praying, and from the sorrow they felt at having trespassed against ALAHYM. Chapter 54. Then Adam and Hua stood up in the cave and prayed the whole of that night until the morning dawned. And when the sun was risen, they both went out of the cave. Their heads were wandering from heaviness of sorrow, and they didn't know where they were going. And they walked in that condition to the southern border of the garden, and they began to go up at that border until they came to the eastern border, by which there was no more land. And the Karub who guarded the garden was standing at the western gate and guarding it against Adam and Hua, lest they should suddenly come into the garden. And the Karub turned around as to put them to death, according to the commandment of ALAHYM that he had given them. When Adam and Hua came to the eastern border of the garden, thinking in their hearts that the Karub was not watching, as they were standing by the gate, as if wanting to go in, suddenly came the Karub with a flashing sword of fire in his hand, and when he saw them, he went forth to kill them, for he was afraid that ALAHYM would destroy him if they went into the garden without his order. And the sword of the Karub seemed to shoot flames at a distance away from it. But when he raised it over Adam and Hua, the flame of the sword did not flash forth. Therefore the Karub thought that ALAHYM was favorable to them, and was bringing them back into the garden. And the Karub stood wondering. He could not go up to Shamayim to determine ALAHYM's order regarding their getting into the garden. He therefore continued to stand by them, unable as he was to part from them, for he was afraid that if he should enter into the garden without permission, ALAHYM would destroy him. When Adam and Hua saw the Karub coming toward them with a flaming sword of fire in his hand, they fell on their faces for fear, and were as dead. And at that time the Shamayim and the earth shook, and another Karubim came down from the Shamayim to the Karub who guarded the garden, and saw him amazed and silent. Then again the other Malakim came down close to the place where Adam and Hua were. They were divided between joy and sorrow. They were glad to see that they thought that ALAHYM was favorable to Adam, and wanted him to return to the garden, and wanted to restore him to the gladness he once enjoyed. But they were sorrowful over Adam, because he was fallen like a dead man, he and Hua. And they said in their thoughts, Adam has not died in this place, but ALAHYM has put him to death, for his having come to this place, and wanting to get into the garden without his permission. Chapter 55. Then came the word of ALAHYM to Adam and Hua, and raised them from their dead state, saying to them, Why did you come up here? Do you intend to go into the garden from which I brought you out? It cannot be today, but only when the covenant I have made with you is fulfilled. Then Adam, when he heard the word of ALAHYM, and the fluttering of the Malakim, who he did not see, but only heard the sound of them with his ears, he and Hua cried, and said to the Malakim, Ruakut, who wait on ALAHYM, look at me, and at my being, unable to see you. For when I was in my body, in my former bright nature, then I could see you. I sing praises as you do, and my heart was far from you. Let me go back. When I was in my former bright nature, then I could see you. I sing praises to you, and my heart was far above you. But now that I have transgressed that bright nature, have transgressed, that bright nature is gone from me, and I am come to this miserable state. And now I have come to this, that I cannot see you, and you do not serve me like you used to, for I have become animal flesh. Yet now, O Malakim of Yahuwah, ask ALAHYM with me to restore me to that wherein I was formerly, to rescue me from this misery, and to remove from me all the sentence of death he passed on me for having trespassed against him. Then when the Malakim heard these words, they all grieved over him, and cursed Hashatan, who had misled Adam, until he came from the garden to misery, from Chai to death, from peace to trouble, and from gladness to a strange land. Then the Malakim said to Adam, you obeyed Hashatan, and ignored the word of ALAHYM who created you, and you believed that Hashatan would fulfill all he had promised you. But now, O Adam, we will make known to you what came over us through him before his fall from Shamayim. We know to you what came over us through him before his fall from Shamayim. He gathered together his hosts and deceived them, promising to give them a great kingdom, a divine nature, and other promises he made them. His hosts believed that his word was true, so that they yielded to him and renounced the esteem of ALAHYM. He then sent for us according to the orders in which we were to come under his command and to accept his vain promise, but we would not, and we did not take his advice. Then after he had fought with ALAHYM and had dealt forwardly with him, he gathered together his hosts and made war with us. And if it had not been for ALAHYM's strength that was with us, we could not have prevailed against him to hurl him from the Shamayim. But when he fell from among us, there was great joy in Shamayim because of his going down from us. For if he had remained in Shamayim, nothing, not even one malak, would have remained in it. But ALAHYM in his mercy drove him from among us to this dark earth, for he had become darkness itself, and a worker of unrighteousness, and he had continued, O Adam, to make war against you, until he tricked you, and made you come out of the garden to this strange land, where all these trials have come to you, and death, which ALAHYM brought to him, he had also brought to you, O Adam, because you obeyed him, and trespassed against ALAHYM. Then all the Malakim rejoiced and praised ALAHYM, and asked him not to destroy Adam this time for his having sought to enter the garden, but to bear with him until the fulfillment of the promise, to help him in this world until he was free from Hashatan's hands. Chapter 56. Then came the word of ALAHYM to Adam, and said to him, O Adam, look at the garden of joy, and at this earth of toil, and behold, the garden is full of Malakim. But look at yourself alone on this earth with Hashatan, whom you obeyed. Yet, if you had submitted and been obedient to me, and had kept my word, you would be with my Malakim in my garden. But when you transgressed and obeyed Hashatan, you became his guests among his Malakim that are full of wickedness, and you came to this earth that brings forth to you thorns and thistles. O Adam, ask him who deceived you, to give you the divine nature he promised you, or to make you a garden as I had made for you, or to fill you with that same bright nature with which I had filled you. Ask him to make you a body like the one I made you, or to give you a day of rest as I gave you, or to create within you a reasonable napash as I created for you, or to take you from here to some other earth than this one which I gave you. But, O Adam, he will not fulfill even one of the things he told you. Acknowledge then my compassion and favor towards you, and my mercy on you, my creature, that I have not avenged you for your transgression against me, but in my pity for you I have promised you that at the end of the great 5.5 days I will come and save you. Then ALAHYM said again to Adam and Hua, Get up, and go down from here, before the Karu, with the sword of fire in his hand, destroys you. But Adam's heart was comforted by ALAHYM's words to him, and he worshipped before him. And ALAHYM commanded his Malachim to escort Adam and Hua to the cave with joy, instead of the fear that had come over them. Then the Malachim took up Adam and Hua and brought them down from the mountain by the garden with songs and psalms until they arrived at the cave. There the Malachim began to comfort and to strengthen them, and then departed from them towards the Shamayim, to their Creator who had sent them. But after the Malachim had departed from Adam and Hua, Hashatan came with shamefacedness and stood at the entrance of the cave in which were Adam and Hua. He then called out to Adam and said, O Adam, come, let me speak to you. Then Adam came out of the cave, thinking he was of ALAHYM's Malachim that was coming to give him some true counsel. Chapter 57. But when Adam came out and saw his hideous figure, he was afraid of him and said to him, Who are you? Then Hashatan answered and said to him, It is I who hid myself within the serpent, who spoke to Hua, who enticed her until she obeyed my command. I am he who sent her, using my deceitful speech to deceive you, until you both ate of the fruit of the tree and abandoned the command of ALAHYM. But when Adam heard these words from him, he said to him, Can you make me a garden? Can you make me a garden like as ALAHYM made for me? Or can you clothe me in the same bright nature in which ALAHYM had clothed me? Where is the divine nature you promised to give me? Where is that slick speech of yours that you had with us at first? When we were in the garden? Then Hashatan said to Adam, Do you think that when I have promised one something, that I would actually deliver it to him or fulfill my word? Of course not. For I myself have never even thought of obtaining what I promised. Therefore I fell, and I made you fall by that for which I myself fell. And with you also, whosoever accepts my counsel falls thereby. But now, O Adam, because you fell, you are under my rule, and I am king over you, because you have obeyed me and have transgressed against your ALAHYM. Neither will there be any deliverance from my hands until the day promised you by your ALAHYM. Again he said, Because we do not know the day agreed on which you by your ALAHYM, with your ALAHYM, nor the hour in which you shall be delivered. For that reason we will multiply war and murder on you and your descendants after you. This is our will and our true pleasure, that we may not leave one of the banim of men to inherit our orders in Shamayim. For as to our home, O Adam, it is in burning fire, and we will not stop our evil doing, no, not one day, nor 1 hour. And I, O Adam, shall set you on fire when you come into the cave to live there. When Adam heard these words, he cried and mourned and said to Hua, Hear what he said, that he will not fulfill any of what he told you in the garden? Did he really then become king over us? But we will ask ALAHYM, who created us, to deliver us out of his hands. Chapter 58. Then Adam and Hua spread their hands before ALAHYM, praying and begging him to drive Hashatan away from them, so that he cannot harm them, or force them to deny ALAHYM. Then ALAHYM sent to them at once his Malach, who drove away Hashatan from them. This happened about sunset on the 53rd day after they had come out of the garden. Then Adam and Hua went into the cave and stood up and turned their faces to the ground to pray to ALAHYM. But before they prayed, Adam said to Hua, Look, You have seen what temptations have befallen us in this land. Come, let us get up and ask ALAHYM to forgive us the sins we have committed, and we will not come out until the end of the day, next to the 40th. And if we die in here, he will save us. Then Adam and Hua got up and joined together in entreating ALAHYM. They continued praying like this in the cave. Neither did they come out of it by night or by day until their prayers went up out of their mouths like a flame of fire. Chapter 59. But Hashatan, the hater of all two, did not allow them to finish their prayers, for he called to his hosts, and they came, all of them. Then he said to them, Since Adam and Hua, whom we deceived, have to pray to ALAHYM night and day, and to beg him to deliver them, and since they will not come out of the cave until the end of the 40th day, and since they will continue their prayers, and they have both agreed to do that, he will deliver them out of our hands and restore them to their former state. See what we shall do to them. And his host said to him, Power is yours, O Lord, to do what you will. Then Hashatan, great in wickedness, took his host and came into the cave in the 30th night of the and he beat Adam and Hua until he left them dead. Then came the word of ALAHYM to Adam and Hua, who raised them from their suffering. And ALAHYM said to Adam, Be strong, and be not afraid of him who has just came unto you. But Adam cried and said, Where were you, O my ALAHYM, that they should punish me with such blows, and that this suffering should come over us, over me and over Hua, your handmaiden? Then ALAHYM said to him, O Adam, see, he is master of all of you. See, he is Lord and master of all you have. He who said he would give you divinity, where is this love for you, and where is the gift he promised? Did it please him just once, O Adam, to come to you, comfort you, strengthen you, rejoice with you, or send his host to protect you, because you have obeyed him, and have yielded to his counsel, and have followed his commandment, and transgressed mine? Then Adam cried before Yahuwah, and said, O Yahuwah, because I transgressed a little, you have severely punished me in return for it. I ask you to deliver me out of his hands, or else have pity on me, and take my soul out of my body now, my nafash, out of my body now in this strange land. Then ALAHYM said to Adam, If only there had been this sighing and praying before you transgressed, then would you have rest from the trouble in which you are now. But ALAHYM had patience with Adam, and let him and Hua remain in the cave until they had fulfilled the 40 days. But as to Adam and Hua, their strength and flesh withered from fasting and praying, from hunger and thirst, for they had not tasted either food or drink since they left the garden, nor were the functions of their bodies yet settled, and they had no strength left to continue in prayer from hunger until the end of the next day, to the 40th. They were fallen down in the cave, yet what speech escaped from their mouths were only praises. Chapter 60. Then on the 89th day, Hashatan came to the cave, clad in a garment of light, and girt about with a bright girdle. In his hands was a staff of light, and he looked most awful, but his face was pleasant, and his speech was sweet. He thus transformed himself in order to deceive Adam and Hua, and to make them come out of the cave before they had fulfilled the 40 days. For he said within himself, Now that when they had fulfilled the 40 days, fasting and praying, ALAHYM would restore them to their former state. But if he did not do so, he would still be favorable to them. And even if he had not mercy on them, would he yet give them something from the garden to comfort them, as already twice before. Then Hashatan drew near to the cave in this fair appearance and said, O Adam, get up, stand up, you and Hua, and come along with me to a tube land, and do not be afraid. I am flesh and bones like you, and at first I was a creature that of ALAHYM, that ALAHYM created. And it was so that when he created me, he placed me in a garden in the north on the border of the world, and he said to me, Stay here, and I remained there according to his word, neither did I transgress his commandment. Then he made a slumber to come over me, and he brought you, O Adam, out of my side, but did not make you stay with me. But ALAHYM took you in his divine hand, and placed you in a garden to the eastward. And then I worried about you, for that while ALAHYM had taken you out of my side, he had not let you stay with me. But ALAHYM said to me, Do not worry about Adam, for whom I brought out of your side, no harm will come to him. For now I have brought out of his side a helpmeet for him, and I have given him joy by so doing. Then Hashatan said again, I did not know how it is you are in this cave, nor anything about this trial that is come over you, until ALAHYM said to me, Behold, Adam has transgressed, he whom I had taken out of your side, and Hua also, whom I took out of his side, and I have driven them out of the garden. I have made them live in the land of sorrow and misery, because they transgressed me, and have obeyed Hashatan. And look, they are suffering until this day, the 80th. Then ALAHYM said to me, Get up, go to them, and make them come to your place, and suffer not that Hashatan come near them, and afflict them. For they are now in great misery, and lie helpless from hunger. He further said to me, When you have taken them to yourself, give them to eat of the fruit of the tree of Chai, and give them to drink of the water of Shalom, and clothe them in a garment of light, and restore them to their former state of compassion and favor, and leave them not in misery, for they came from you, but grieve not over them, nor repent of that which has come over them. But when I heard this, I was sorry, and my heart could not patiently bear it for your sake, O my child. But O Adam, when I heard the name of Hashatan, I was afraid, and I said within myself, I would not come out, because he might trap me as he did my children, Adam and Hua. And I said, O ALAHYM, when I go to my children, Hashatan will meet me in the way and war against me, as he did against them. Then ALAHYM said to me, Fear not, when you find him, hit him with the staff that is in your hand, and do not be afraid of him, for you are of old standing, and he shall not prevail against you. Then I said, O my Adoni, I am old, and cannot go. Send your Malachim to bring them. But ALAHYM said to me, Malachim truly are not like them, and they will not consent to come with them. But I have chosen you, because they are your offspring, and are like you, and they will listen to what you say. ALAHYM said further to me, If you do not have enough strength to walk, I will send a cloud to carry you, and set you down at the entrance of their cave. Then the cloud will return and leave you there, and if they will come with you, I will send a cloud to carry you and them. Then he commanded a cloud, and it bare me up and brought me to you. And then I went back. And now, O my children, Adam and Hua, look at my old gray hair, and at my feeble state, and at my coming from the distant place. Come with me to a place of rest. Then he began to cry and to sob before Adam and Hua, and his tears poured on the ground like water. When Adam and Hua raised their eyes and saw his beard and heard his sweet talk, their hearts softened towards him, and they obeyed him, for they believed he was true. And it seemed to them that they were really his offspring, when they saw that his face was like their own, and they trusted him. Chapter 61. Then he took Adam and Hua by the hand, and began to bring them out of the cave. But when they had come a little way out of it, ALAHYM knew that Hashatan had overcome them, and had brought them out before the 40 days were ended, to take them to some distant place, and to destroy them. Then the word of Yahuwah ALAHYM again came and cursed Hashatan and drove him away from them. And ALAHYM began to speak to Adam and Hua, saying to them, What made you come out of the cave to this place? Then Adam said to ALAHYM, Did you create a man before us? For when we were in the cave, there suddenly came to us a friendly old man who said to us, I am a malak from ALAHYM to you, to bring you back to some place of rest. And we believed that, O ALAHYM, we believed that he was a malak from you, and we came out with him, and knew not where we should go with him. Then ALAHYM said to Adam, See, that is the father of evil arts, who brought you out and Hua out of the garden of delights. And now indeed, when he saw that you and Hua both joined together and fasting and praying, and that you came not out of the cave before the end of 40 days, he wanted to make your purpose vain, to break your mutual bond, to cut off all hope from you, and to drive you to some place where he might destroy you, because he could not do anything to you unless he showed himself in the likeness of you. Therefore he came to you with a face like your own, and began to give you tokens as if he were all true. But because I am merciful and favorable to you, I did not allow him to destroy you. Instead I drove him away from you. Now therefore, O Adam, take Hua and return to your cave, and remain in it until the morning after the 40th day. And when you come out, go towards the eastern gate of the garden. Then Adam and Hua worshipped ALAHYM, and praised and baruch him for the deliverance that had come upon to them from him. And they returned towards the cave. This happened in the evening of the 39th day. Then Adam and Hua stood up, and with a fiery passion prayed to ALAHYM to give them strength, for they had become weak because of hunger and thirst and prayer. But they watched the whole of that night praying until morning. Then Adam said to Hua, Get up, let us go towards the eastern gate of the garden as ALAHYM told us. And they said their prayers, and they were accustomed to do every day, and they left the cave to go near to the eastern gate of the garden. Then Adam and Hua stood up and prayed, and appealed to ALAHYM to strengthen them, and to send them something to satisfy their hunger. But after they finished their prayers, they were too weak to move. Then came the word of ALAHYM again, and said to them, O Adam, get up, go and bring the 2 figs here. Then Adam and Hua got up and went until they came near to the cave. Chapter 52. But Hashatan, the wicked, was envious because of the consolation of ALAHYM had given them. So he prevented them, and went into the cave and took the 2 figs and buried them outside the cave, so that Adam and Hua should not find them. He also had in his thoughts to destroy them. But by ALAHYM's mercy, as soon as those 2 figs were in the ground, ALAHYM defeated Hashatan's counsel regarding them, and made them into 2 fruit trees that overshadowed the cave, for Hashatan had buried them on the eastern side of it. Then, when the 2 trees were grown and were covered with fruit, Hashatan grieved and mourned, and said, It would have been better to have left those fig trees where they were, for now behold, they have become 2 fruit trees, whereof Adam will eat all the days of his life, whereas I had in mind, when I buried them, to destroy them entirely, and to hide them forever. But ALAHYM had overturned my counsel, and would not that this sacred fruit should perish, and he had made plain my intention, and has defeated the counsel I had formed against his servants. Then Hashatan went away ashamed, because he had thought his plans all the way through. Chapter 63. But Adam and Hua, as they got closer to the cave, saw 2 fig trees covered with fruit, and overshadowing the cave. Then Adam and Hua, It seemed to me that we have gone the wrong way. Adam said to Hua, When did these 2 trees grow here? It seemed to me that the enemy wanted to lead us the wrong way. Do you suppose that there is another cave besides this one in the earth? Yet, O Hua, let us go into the cave, and find in it the 2 figs, for this is our cave, in which we were. But if we should not find the 2 figs in it, then it cannot be our cave. Then they went into the cave, and looked into the four corners of it, but found not the 2 figs. And Adam cried and said to Hua, Did we go to the wrong cave? Then, O Hua, it seemed to me that these 2 fig trees, the 2 figs that were in the cave, it seemed to me these 2 fig trees are the 2 fig trees that were in the cave. And Hua said, I for my part do not know. Then Adam stood up and prayed and said, O ALAHYM, you commanded us to come back to the cave, to take the 2 figs, and then to return to you. But now we have not found them, O ALAHYM. Have you taken them and sown these 2 trees, or have we gone astray in the earth? Or has the enemy deceived us? If it be real, then, O ALAHYM, reveal it to us, the secret of these 2 trees, of these 2 figs. Then came the word of Yahuwah ALAHYM to Adam, and said to him, O Adam, when I sent you to fetch the figs, Hashatan went before you to the cave, took the figs, and buried them outside, eastward of the cave, thinking to destroy them, and not sowing them with 2 intent, not for his mere sake. Then have these trees grown up at once, but I had mercy on you, and I commanded them to grow, and that they grow to be 2 large trees, that you be overshadowed by their branches, and find rest, and that I made you see my power and my marvelous works, and also to show Hashatan meanness and his evil works. Forever since you came out of the garden, he has not ceased, no, not one day, from doing you some harm, but I have not given him power over you. And ALAHYM said from now on, O Adam, rejoice on account of the trees, you and Hua, and rest under them when you feel weary, but do not eat any of their fruit, or come near them. Then Adam cried and said, O ALAHYM, will you again kill us? Or will you drive us away from before your face, and cut our hide from off the face of the earth? O ALAHYM, I beg you, if you know that there be in these trees either death or some other evil, as in the first time, root them up from near our cave, and with them, and leave us to die of the heat, of hunger, and of thirst. For we know your marvelous works, O Yahuwah ALAHYM, that they are great, and that by your power you can bring one thing out of another without one's want. For your power can make rocks to become trees, and trees to become rocks. Chapter 64. Then ALAHYM, Yahuwah, looked at Adam, and at his strength of mind, at his endurance of hunger and thirst, and of heat, and he changed the 2 fig trees into 2 figs, as they were at first. Then he said to Adam and Hua, each of you may take 1 fig. And they took them, as Yahuwah commanded them. And he said to them, you must now go into the cave and eat the figs, and satisfy your hunger, or else you will die. So as ALAHYM commanded them, they went into the cave about sunset, and Adam and Hua stood up and prayed during the setting sun. Then they sat down to eat the figs, but they knew not how to eat them, for they were not accustomed to eating earthly food. They were afraid that if they ate, their stomach would be burdened, with their flesh thickened, and their hearts would take to liking earthly food. But while they were thus seated, ALAHYM, out of pity for them, sent them his Malachim, so they would not perish or of hunger and thirst. And the Malach said to Adam and Hua, Yahuwah ALAHYM says to you that you do not have the strength that would be required to fast until death. Eat therefore, and strengthen your bodies, for you are now animal flesh, and cannot subsist without food and drink. Then Adam and Hua took the figs, and began to eat of them. But ALAHYM had put into them a mixture as of savory bread and blood, as of savory bread and blood. Then the Malach went from prayed after their custom, and they went out of the cave, but they became sick from the food they had eaten, because they were not used to it. They went about in the cave, saying to each other, "What has our eating caused to happen to us, that we shouldn't be in so much pain? We are in misery. We shall die. It would have been better for us to have died keeping our bodies pure than to have eaten and defiled them with food." Then Adam said to Hua, "This pain did not come to us in the garden, neither did we eat such bad food there. Do you think, O Hua, that ALAHYM will plague us through the food that is in us, that our inwards will come out, or that ALAHYM means to kill us with this pain before he has fulfilled his promise to us?" Then Adam besought Yahuwah and said, "O Yahuwah, let us not perish through the food we have eaten. O Yahuwah, do not punish us, but deal with us according to your great mercy, and forsake us not until the day of the promise you have made with us." Then ALAHYM looked at them, and then fitted them for eating food at once, as to this day, so that they should not perish. Then Adam and Hua came back into the cave, sorrowful and crying because of the alterations of their bodies, and they both knew from that hour that they were altered beings, that all hope of returning to the garden was now lost, and that they could not enter into it, for that now their bodies had strange functions, and all flesh that requires food and drink for its existence cannot be in the garden. Then Adam said to Hua, "Behold, our hope is now lost, and so is our trust to enter the garden. We no longer belong to the inhabitants of the garden, but from now on we are earthly, and of the dust, and of the inhabitants of the earth. We shall not return to the garden until the day which ALAHYM has promised to save us, and to bring us into the garden as he promised us." Then they prayed to ALAHYM that he would have mercy on them, after which their minds was quieted, their hearts were broken, and their longing was cooled down, and they were like strangers on earth. That night Adam and Hua spent in the cave, where they slept heavily by reason of the food they had eaten. Chapter 66. When it was morning, the day after they had eaten food, Adam and Hua prayed in the cave, and Adam said to Hua, "Look, we asked for food of ALAHYM, and he gave it, but now let us also ask him to give us drink of water." Then they got up and went to the bank of the stream of water that was on the south border of the garden, in which they had before thrown themselves, and they stood on the bank and prayed to ALAHYM that he would command them to drink of the water. Then the word of ALAHYM came to Adam and said to him, "O Adam, your body has become brutish and requires water to drink. Take some and drink it, you and Hua, then give thanks and praise." Adam and Hua then went down to the stream and drank from it until their bodies felt refreshed. After having drunk, they praised ALAHYM, and then returned to their cave, and after their former custom. This happened at the end of 83 days. Then on the 84th day, they took the 2 figs and hung them in the cave, together with the leaves thereof, to be to them a sign of the barakah from ALAHYM, and they placed them there so that their descendants came there. They would see the wonderful things ALAHYM had done for them. Then Adam and Hua again stood outside the cave and asked ALAHYM to show them some food with which they could nourish their bodies. Then the word of ALAHYM came and said to him, "O Adam, go down to the westward of the cave until you come to a land of dark soil, and there you shall find food." And Adam obeyed the word of ALAHYM, took Hua, and went down to a land of dark soil, and there found wheat growing in the ear and ripe, and figs to eat. And Adam rejoiced over it. Then the word of ALAHYM came again to Adam and said to him, "Take some of the wheat and make yourself some bread with it to nourish your body therewith." And ALAHYM gave Adam's heart wisdom to work out the wheat until it became bread. Adam accomplished all that until he grew very faint and weary. He then returned to the cave, rejoicing at what he had learned of what is done with wheat, until it is made into bread for one's use. Chapter 67. When Adam and Hua went down to the land of black mud and came near the wheat ALAHYM had shown them, and saw that it was ripe and ready for reaping, they did not have a sickle to reap it with, so they readied it themselves and began to pull up the wheat by hand until it was all done. Then they heaped it into a pile, and faint from heat and from thirst, they went under a shady tree, where the breeze fanned them to sleep. But Hashatan saw what Adam and Hua had done, and he called his host and said to them, Since ALAHYM has shown to Adam and Hua all about this wheat, wherewith to strengthen their bodies, and look, they have come and made a big pile of it, and faint from the toil are now asleep. Come, let us set fire to this heap of grain and burn it, and let us take that bottle of water that is by them and empty it out, so that they may find nothing to drink, and we will kill them with hunger and thirst. Then when they awake up from their sleep and seek to return to the cave, we will come to them in the way and will lead them astray, so that they die of hunger and thirst, when they may perhaps deny ALAHYM and he destroy them. So shall we be rid of them. That Hashatan and his hosts set the wheat on fire and burned it up. But from the heat of the flame, Adam and Hua awoke from their sleep and saw the wheat burning and the bucket of water by them poured out. Then they cried and went back to the cave. But as they were going up from below the mountain, where they were, Hashatan and his hosts met them in the form of Malachim, praising ALAHYM. Then Hashatan said to Adam, O Adam, why are you so pained with hunger and thirst? It seemed to me that Hashatan has burned up the wheat. And Adam said to him, Yea. And again Hashatan said to Adam, Come back with us. We are Malachim of ALAHYM. ALAHYM sent us to you to show you another field of wheat better than this, and beyond it is a fountain of tube water, and many trees, where you shall live near it, and work the wheat field to better purpose that which Hashatan had consumed. Adam thought that he was true, and that they were Malachim of Yahuwah, who talked with him, and he went back with them. Then Hashatan began to lead astray Adam and Hua 8 days, until they both fell down as if dead, from hunger and thirst and faintness. Then he fled with his host and left them. Chapter 68. Then ALAHYM looked at Adam and Hua, and at what had come over them from Hashatan, and how he had made them perish. ALAHYM therefore sent his word, and raised him up, Adam and Hua, from their state of death. Then Adam went, when he was raised, said, O ALAHYM, you have burnt and taken from us the wheat you have given us, and you have emptied out the bucket of water, and you have sent your Malachim, who have caused us to lose our way from the wheat field. Will you make us perish? If this be from you, O ALAHYM, then take away our souls, but punish us not. Then ALAHYM said to Adam, I did not burn down the wheat, and I did not pour the water out of the bucket, and I did not send my Malachim to lead you astray, but this is Hashatan, your master, who did it. It is he you have subjected yourself, my commandment being meanwhile set aside. He it is who burnt down the wheat and poured out the water, who has led you astray, and all the promises he has made you were just a trick, a deception, and a lie. But now, O Adam, you shall acknowledge my two deeds done to you. And ALAHYM told his Malachim to take Adam and Hua, and to bear them up to the field of wheat, which they found as before, with the bucket full of water. There they saw a tree, and found on it solid manna, and wondered at ALAHYM's power. And the Malachim commanded them to eat of the manna when they were hungry. And ALAHYM admonished Hashatan with a curse, not to come again and destroy the field of wheat. Then Adam and Hua took of the wheat, and made of it an offering, and took it, and offered it up on the mountain, the place where they had offered up their first offering of blood. And they offered this offering again on the altar they had built at first. And they stood up and prayed and besought Yahuwah, saying, Thus, O ALAHYM, when we were in the garden, our praises went up to you like this offering, and our incense went up to you like incense. But now, O ALAHYM, accept this offering from us, and do not turn us away, deprived of your mercy. Then ALAHYM said to Adam and Hua, Since you have made this offering, and have offered it to me, I shall make it my flesh when I come down on earth to save you, and I shall cause it to be offered continually on an altar for forgiveness and for mercy for those who partake of it duly. And ALAHYM sent a bright fire over the offering of Adam and Hua, and filled it with brightness, compassion, and favor and light. And the Ruach HaKodesh came down on that offering. Then ALAHYM commanded a malach to take fire tongues like a spoon, and with it to take an offering and bring it to Adam and Hua. And the malach did so as ALAHYM had commanded him, and offered it to them. And the souls of Adam and Hua were brightened, and their hearts were filled with joy and gladness, and with the praises of ALAHYM. And ALAHYM said to Adam, This shall be to you a custom to do so when affliction and sorrow come over you. But your deliverance and your entrance to the garden shall not be until the days are fulfilled as agreed between you and me. Were it not so, I would of my mercy and pity for you bring you back to my garden and to my favor for the sake of the offering you had just made to my name. Adam rejoiced at these words which he heard from ALAHYM, and he and Hua worshipped before the altar to which they bowed, and then went back to the cave of treasures. And this took place at the end of the 12th day, after the 40th day, after the time Adam and Hua came out of the garden. And they stood up the whole night praying until morning, and they then went out of the cave. Then Adam said to Hua with joy of heart, because of the offering they had made to ALAHYM, and that had been accepted of him, Let us do this 3 times every week, and on the 4th day of the week, on the preparation day, and on the Shabbat, all the days of our high. And as they agreed to these words between themselves, ALAHYM was pleased with their thoughts and with the resolution they had each taken with the other. And after this came the word of ALAHYM and to Adam, and said, O Adam, you have determined beforehand the days in which suffering shall come over me, when I am made flesh, for they are the 4th day of the week and the preparation day. But as to the 1st day, I created in it all things, and I raised the Shamayim, and again through my rising again on this day will I create joy, and raise them on high who believe in me. O Adam, offer this offering all the days of your high. Then ALAHYM withdrew his word from Adam, but Adam continued to offer this offering thus every week, 3 times a week, until the end of 7 weeks. And on the 1st day, which is the 50th, Adam made an offering as he was accustomed, and he and Hua took it and came to the altar before ALAHYM as he had taught them. Chapter 69. Then Hashatan, the hater of all two, envious of Adam and of his offering, through which he found favor with ALAHYM, hastened and took a sharp stone from among the sharp iron stones, appeared in the form of a man, and went and stood by Adam and Hua. Adam was then offering on the altar, and had begun to pray with his hands spread before ALAHYM. Then Hashatan hastened with the sharp iron stone, stone he had with him, and with it pierced Adam on the right side, from which flowed blood and water. Then Adam fell on the altar like a corpse, and Hashatan fled. Then Hua came and took Adam and placed him below the altar, and there she stayed crying over him, while a stream of blood flowed from Adam's side over his offering. But ALAHYM looked at the death of Adam, He then sent his word and raised him up and said to him, Fulfill your offering, for indeed, Adam, it is worth much, and there is no shortcoming in it. ALAHYM said further to Adam, Thus will it also happen to me on the earth, when I shall be pierced, and blood and water shall flow from my side and run over my body, which is the true offering, and which shall be offered on the altar as a perfect offering. Then ALAHYM commanded Adam to finish his offering, and when he had ended, he worshipped before ALAHYM and praised him for the signs he had shown him. And ALAHYM healed Adam in one day, which is the end of the 7 weeks, and that is the 50th day. Then Adam and Hua returned from the mountain and went into the cave of treasures as they were used to do. This completed for Adam and Hua 140 days since their coming out of the garden. Then they both stood up that night and prayed to ALAHYM, and when it was morning, they went out and went down westward of the cave to the place where their wheat was, and there rested under the shadow of a tree, as they were accustomed. But when there a multitude of beasts came all around them, it was Satan's doing, in his wickedness, in order to wage war against Adam through marriage. After this, Hashatan, the hater of all two, took the form of a malak, and with him 2 others, so that they looked like 3 malakim, who had brought to Adam gold, frankincense, and myrrh. And they passed before Adam and Hua while they were under the tree, and greeted Adam and Hua with fair words that were full of deceit. But when Adam and Hua saw their pleasant expression and heard their sweet speech, Adam rose, welcomed them, and brought them to Hua, and they remained all together. Adam's heart, the while, being glad, because he thought concerning them that they were the same malakim who had brought him gold, frankincense, and myrrh, because when they came to Adam the first time, there came over him from them peace and joy, throughout their bringing him good tokens. So Adam thought that they had come a second time to give him other tokens, for him to rejoice therewith, for he did not know it was Hashatan. Therefore he received them with joy, and consorted with them. Then Hashatan, the tallest of them, said, Rejoice, O Adam, and be glad. Look, ALAHYM has sent us to you, to tell you something. And Adam said, What is it? Then Hashatan answered, It is a simple thing, yet it is the word of ALAHYM. Will you accept it from us, and do it? But if you will not accept it, we will return to ALAHYM, and tell him that you would not receive his word. And Hashatan said again to Adam, Do not be afraid, and do not tremble. Do not you know us? But Adam said, I do not know you. Then Hashatan said to him, I am the malak that brought you gold, and took it to the cave. This other malak is the one that brought you frankincense, and the third malak is the one who brought you myrrh, when you were on the top of the mountain, and who carried you out to the cave. But as to the other malakim, our fellows, who bore you to the cave, ALAHYM has not sent them with us this time, for he said to us, You will be enough. So when Adam heard these words, he believed them, and said to the malakim, Speak the word of ALAHYM, that I might receive it. And Hashatan said to him, Swear and promise me that you will receive it. Then Adam said, I do not know how to swear and promise. And Hashatan said to him, Hold out your hand, and put it inside my hand. Then Adam held out his hand, and put it into Hashatan's hand. When Hashatan said to him, Say now, so true as ALAHYM is living, rational and speaking, who raised the stars in the Shamayim, and established the dry ground on the waters, and has created me out of the 4 elements, and out of the dust of the earth, I will not break my promise, nor renounce my word. And Adam swore thus. Then Hashatan said to him, Look, It is now some time since you came out of the garden, and you know neither wickedness nor evil. But now ALAHYM says to you to take Hua, who came out of your side, and to marry her, so that she will bear you children, to comfort you, and to drive from you trouble and sorrow. Now this thing is not difficult, neither is there any scandal in it to you. Chapter 41. Intermission. Sorry, I was really debating whether I wanted to knock out Adam and Eve. Why not? Chapter 71. But when Adam heard these words from Hashatan, he sorrowed much because of his oath and of his promise, and said, Shall I break wedlock with my flesh and my bones? And shall I sin against myself for ALAHYM to destroy me and to blot me out from off the face of the earth? Since when at first I ate of the tree, he drove me out of the garden into this strange land, and deprived me of my bright nature, and brought death over me. If then I should do this, he will cut off my kai from the earth, and he will cast me into Sheol, and will plague me there with a long time. But ALAHYM never spoke these words that you have said, and you are not ALAHYM's Malachim. You were not sent from him, but you are the devils that have come near to me under the false appearance of Malachim. Away from me, you cursed of ALAHYM. Then those devils fled from before Adam, and he and Hua got up and returned to the cave of treasures and went into it. Then Adam and Hua said to Hua, If you saw what I did, do not tell anyone. For I sinned against ALAHYM in swearing by his great name, and I have placed my hand under another time into that of Hashatan. Hua then held her peace, as Adam told her. Then Adam got up and spread his hands before ALAHYM, beseeching and entreating him with tears to forgive him for what he had done. And Adam remained thus, standing and praying 40 days and 40 nights. He neither ate nor drank, until he dropped down on the ground from hunger and thirst. Then ALAHYM sent his word to Adam, who raised him up from where he lay, and said to him, O Adam, why have you sworn by my name? And why have you made an agreement with Hashatan another time? But Adam cried and said, O ALAHYM, forgive me, for I did this unwittingly, believing they were ALAHYM's Malachim. And ALAHYM forgave Adam, saying to him, Beware of Hashatan. And he withdrew his word from Adam. Then Adam's heart was comforted, and he took Hua, and they went out of the cave to prepare some food for their bodies. But from that day Adam struggled in his mind about his marrying Hua, afraid that if he was to do it, ALAHYM would be angry with him. Then Adam and Hua went to the river of water and sat on the bank, as people do when they enjoy themselves. But Hashatan was jealous of them and planned to destroy them. Chapter 72. Then Hashatan and 10 from his host transformed themselves into maidens, unlike any other in the whole world of compassion and favor. They came up out of the river in presence of Adam and Hua, and they said among themselves, Come, we will look at the faces of Adam and Hua, who are of the men on earth, how beautiful they are, and how different is their look from our own faces. Then they came to Adam and Hua, and greeted them, and stood wondering at them. Adam and Hua looked at them also, wondering at their beauty, and said, Is there then under us another world, which such beautiful creatures as this exist? And those maidens said to Adam and Hua, Yea, indeed, we are in abundant creation. Then Adam said to them, But how do you multiply? And they answered him, We have men who have married us, and who bear them children, who grow up, and who in their turn marry and are married, and also bear children, and thus we increase. And if so be, O Adam, you will not believe us, we will show you our men and our children. Then they shouted over the river, as if to call their men and their children, who came up from the river, men and children, and every man came to his woman, his children being with him. But when Adam and Hua saw them, they stood dumb and wondered at them. Then they said to Adam and Hua, See, all the men and our children, you should marry Hua, as we have married our men, so that you will have children as we have. This was a device of Hashatan to deceive Adam. Hashatan also thought within himself, ALAHYM at first commanded Adam concerning the fruit of the tree, saying to him, Eat not of it, else of death you shall die. But Adam ate of it, and the ALAHYM did not kill him. He only decreed on him death, and plague and trials, until the day he shall come out of his body. Now then, if I deceive him to do this thing, and to marry Hua without ALAHYM's permission, ALAHYM will then kill him. Therefore, Hashatan worked this apparition before Adam and Hua, because he sought to kill him, and to make him disappear from off the face of the earth. Meanwhile, the fire of sin came over Adam, and he thought of committing sin, but he restrained himself, fearing that if he followed this advice of Hashatan, ALAHYM would put him to death. Then Adam and Hua got up and prayed to ALAHYM, while Hashatan and his hosts went down into the river in presence of Adam and Hua, and let them see that they were going back to their own world. Then Adam and Hua went back to the cave of treasures, and as they usually did, about evening time, and they both got up and prayed to ALAHYM. That night, Adam remained standing in prayer, yet not knowing how to pray, by reason of the thoughts in his heart regarding his marrying Hua, and he continued so until morning. And when light came up, Adam said to Hua, Get up, let us go below the mountain where they brought us gold, and let us ask Yahuwah concerning this matter. Then Hua said, What is the matter, O Adam? And he answered her, That I might request Yahuwah to inform me about marrying you, for I will not do it without his permission, or else he will make us perish, you and me, for those devils have set my heart on fire with thoughts of what they showed us in their sinful apparitions. Then Hua said to Adam, Why do we need to go below the mountain? Let us rather stand up and pray in our cave to ALAHYM, to let us know whether this counsel is true or not. Then Adam rose up in prayer and said, O ALAHYM, you know that we have transgressed against you, and from the moment we transgressed, we were stripped of our bright nature, and our body became brutish, requiring food and drink, and with animal desires. Command us, O ALAHYM, not to give way to them without your permission, for fear that you will turn us into nothing. Because if you do not give us permission, we shall be overpowered and follow the advice of Hashatan, and you will again make us perish. If not, then take our souls from us. Let us be rid of this animal lust. And if you give us no order respecting this thing, then sever Hua from me and me from her, and place us each far away from the other. Then again, O ALAHYM, if you separate us from each other, the devils will deceive us with their apparitions that resemble us, and destroy our hearts, and defile our thoughts toward each other. Yet, if it is not each of us toward the other, it will be, at all events, be through the appearance when the devil comes to us in our likeness. Here Adam ended his prayer. Chapter 73. Then ALAHYM considered the words of Adam, that they were true, and that he could long await his order respecting the counsel of Hashatan. And ALAHYM approved Adam and what he had thought concerning this, and in the prayer he had offered in his presence. And the word of ALAHYM came to Adam and said to him, O Adam, if only you had had this caution at first, before you came out of the garden into this land. After that, ALAHYM sent his malak, who had brought gold, and the malak who had brought frankincense, and the malak who had brought myrrh to Adam, that they should inform him respecting his marriage to Hua. Then those malakim said to Adam, Take the gold and give it to Hua as a wedding gift, and promise to marry her. Then give her some incense and myrrh as a present, and be you and she one flesh. Adam obeyed the malakim, and took the gold and put it into Hua's bosom and her garment, and promised to marry her with his hand. Then the malakim commanded Adam and Hua to get up and pray 40 days and 40 nights. When that was done, then Adam was to have sexual intercourse with his woman, for then this would be an act pure and undefiled, so that he would have children who would multiply and replenish the face of the earth. Then both of them, Adam and Hua, received the words of the malakim, and the malakim departed from them. Then Adam and Hua began to fast and pray until the end of 40 days. Then Adam had sexual intercourse, as the malakim had told him. And from the time Adam left the garden until the wedded Hua, and were 223 days. That is 7 months and 13 days. Thus was Hashatan's war with Adam defeated. Chapter 74. And they lived on the earth, working in order to keep their bodies in tube health. And they continued so until the 9 months of Hua's pregnancy were over. And the time drew near that when she must give birth. Then she said to Adam, The signs placed in this cave since we left the garden indicate that this is a pure place, and we will be praying in it again sometime. It is not appropriate then that I should give birth in it. Let us instead go to the sheltering rock, that cave that was formed by the command of ALAHYM, when Hashatan threw a big rock down on us in an attempt to kill us with it. Adam then took Hua to that cave when the time came for her to give birth, and strained a lot. Adam felt sorry, and he was very worried about her because she was close to death, and the words of ALAHYM to her were being fulfilled. In suffering shall you bear a child, and in sorrow shall you bring forth a child. But when Adam saw the distress in which Hua was, he got up and prayed to ALAHYM, and said, O Yahuwah, look at me with the eye of your mercy, and bring her out of her distress. And ALAHYM looked at his maidservant Hua, and delivered her, and she gave birth to her firstborn Ban, and with him a daughter. Then Adam rejoiced at Hua's deliverance, and also over the children she had borne him. And Adam ministered to Hua in the cave until the end of the 8 days, when they named the Ban Cain, and the daughter Lulawa. The meaning of Cain is hater, because he hated his sister in their mother's womb before they came out of it. Therefore Adam named him Cain. But Lulawa means beautiful, because she was more beautiful than her mother. Then Adam and Hua waited until Cain and his sister were 40 days old, When Adam said to Hua, "We will make an offering and offer it up in behalf of the children," and Hua said, "We will make an offering for the firstborn bond, and then later we shall make one for the daughter." Chapter 75. Then Adam prepared an offering, and he and Hua offered it up for the children and brought it to the altar they had built at first. And Adam offered up the offering and asked ALAHYM to accept his offering. Then ALAHYM accepted Adam's offering and sent a light from Shamayim that shone on the offering. Adam and his bond drew near to the offering, but Hua and the daughter did not approach it. Adam and his bond were joyful as they came down from the altar. Adam and Hua waited until the daughter was 80 days old. Then Adam prepared an offering and took it to Hua and to the children. They went to the altar where Adam offered it up as he was accustomed, asking Yahuwah to accept his offering. And Yahuwah accepted the offering of Adam and Hua. Then Adam, Hua, and the children drew near together and came down from the mountain rejoicing. But they returned not to the cave in which they were born, but came to the cave of treasures, in order that the children should go around in it and be Baruch with the tokens brought from the garden. But after they had been Baruch with these tokens, they went back to the cave in which they were born. However, before Hua had offered up the offering, Adam had taken her and had gone with her to the river of water, in which they threw themselves at first, and there they washed themselves. Adam washed his body, and Hua also clean. After suffering and distress they had come over them. But Adam and Hua, after washing themselves in the river of water, returned every night to the cave of treasures, where they had prayed and were Baruch, and then went back to their cave, where their children were born. Adam and Hua did this until the children had been weaned, and they were weaned. After they were weaned, Adam made an offering for the souls, the nafash of his children, in addition to the 3 times every week he made an offering for them. When the children were weaned, Hua again conceived, and when her pregnancy came to term, she gave birth to another bond and daughter. They named the bond Yubal, and the daughter Aklia. Then at the end of 40 days, Adam made an offering for the bond, and at the end of 80 days, he made another offering for the daughter, and treated them as he had previously treated Cain and his sister Luluwa. He brought them to the cave of treasures, where they received a baraka, and then returned to the cave where they were born. After these children were born, Hua stopped having children. Chapter 76. And the children began to grow stronger and taller, but Cain was hard-hearted. He ruled over his younger brother. Often when his father made an offering, Cain would remain behind and not go with him to offer up. But as to Yubal, he had a meek heart and was obedient to his father and mother. He frequently moved them to make an offering because he loved it. He prayed and fasted a lot. Then came this sign to Yubal. As he was coming into the cave of treasures and saw the golden rods, the frankincense, and the myrrh, he asked his parents, Adam and Hua, to tell him about them, and asked, Where did you get these from? Then Adam told him all that had befallen them, and Yubal felt deeply about what his father told him. Furthermore, his father Adam told him of the works of ALAHYM and of the garden. After hearing that, Yubal remained behind after his father left, and stayed the whole of that night in the cave of treasures. And that night, while he was praying, Hashatan appeared to him under the figure of a man, who said to him, You have frequently moved your father into making offerings, fasting, and praying. Therefore I will kill you and make you perish from the world. But as for Yubal, he prayed to ALAHYM and drove away Hashatan from him, and did not believe the words of the devil. Then, when it was day, a malak of ALAHYM appeared to him, who said to him, Do not cut short either fasting, prayer, or offering up an offering to your ALAHYM. For look, Yahuwah has accepted your prayer. But be not afraid of the figure which appeared to you in the night, and who cursed you to death. And the malak departed from him. Then, when it was day, Yubal came to Adam and Hua, and told them of the vision he had seen. When they heard it, they grieved much over it, but said nothing to him about it. They only comforted him. But as to the hard-hearted Cain, Hashatan came to him by night, showed himself, and said to him, Since Adam and Hua love your brother, Yubal, so much more than they love you, they wish to join him in marriage to your beautiful sister, because they love him. However, they wish to join you in marriage to his ugly sister, because they hate you. Now, before they do that, I am telling you that you should kill your brother. That way your sister will be left for you, and his sister will be cast away. And Hashatan departed from him, but the devil remained behind in Cain's heart, and frequently aspired to kill his brother. Chapter 77. But when Adam saw that the older brother hated the younger, he endeavored to soften their hearts, and said to Cain, O my bond, take the fruits of your sowing, and make an offering to ALAHYM, so that he might forgive you for your wickedness and sin. He said also to Yubal, Take some of your sowing, and make an offering, and bring it to your ALAHYM, so that he might forgive you for your wickedness and your sin. Then Yubal obeyed his father's voice, took some of his sowing, and made a tube offering, and said to his father, Adam, come with me, and show me how to offer it up. And they went, Adam and Hua with him, and they showed him how to offer up his gift on the altar. Then, after that, they stood up with him and prayed that ALAHYM would accept Yubal's offering. Then ALAHYM looked at Yubal and accepted his offering, and ALAHYM was more pleased with Yubal than with his offering, because of his tube heart and pure body. There was no trace of guile in him. Then they came down from the altar and went to the cave in which they lived. But Yubal, by reason of his joy at having made his offering, repeated it 3 times a week, after the example of his father Adam. But as to Cain, he did not want to make an offering, but after his father became very angry, he offered up a gift once. He took the smallest of his sheep for an offering, and when he offered it up, his eyes were on the lamb. Therefore ALAHYM did not accept his offering, because his heart was full of murderous thoughts. And they all thus lived together in the cave in which Hua had brought forth, until Cain was 15 years old, and Yubal 12 years old. Obviously we know he took the fruit of his vegetables, so we're just going to let that slide and be like, it's just, I don't know. Historical count sometimes got it wrong. Take whatever tube thing you can get, eat the meat, spit the bones. Chapter 78. Then Adam said to Hua, Behold, the children are grown up. We must think of finding women for them. Then Hua answered, How can we do it? Then Adam said to her, We will join Yubal's sister in marriage to Cain, and Cain's sister to Yubal. Then said Hua to Adam, I do not like Cain, because he is hard-hearted, but let them stay with us until we offer up to Yahuwah in their behalf. And Adam said no more. Meanwhile, Hashatan came to Cain in the figure of a man of the field, and said to him, Behold, Adam and Hua have taken counsel together about the marriage of you two, and they have agreed to marry Habal's sister to you, and your sister to him. But if it was not that I love you, I would not have told you this thing. Yet, if you will take my advice and obey me, I will bring you on your wedding day beautiful robes of gold and silver and plenty, and my relations will attend you. Then Cain said with joy, Where are your relations? And Hashatan answered, My relations are in the garden in the north, where I once meant to bring your father Adam, but he would not accept my offer. But you, if you will receive my words, and if you will come to me after your wedding, you shall rest from the misery in which you are, and you shall rest and be better off than your father Adam. At these words, Hashatan, Cain opened his ears and leaned towards his speech. And he did not remain in the field, but he went to Hua, his mother, and beat her, and cursed her, and said to her, Why are you planning to take my sister to wed her to my brother? Am I dead? His mother, however, quieted him, and sent him to the field where he had been. Then when Adam came, she told him of what Cain had done. But Adam grieved and held his peace, and said not a word. Then on the next morning, Adam said to Cain, his bond, Take of your sheep, young and two, and offer them up to your ALAHYM, and I will speak to your brother to make to his ALAHYM an offering of wheat. They both obeyed their father Adam, and they took their offerings and offered them up on the mountain by the altar. But Cain behaved haughtily towards his brother, and shoved him from the altar, and would not let him offer up his gift on the altar, but he offered up his own on it, with a proud heart, filled of guile and fraud. But as for Habal, he set up stones that were near at hand, and on that he offered up his gift, with a heart humble and free of guile. From guile, Cain was then standing by the altar on which he had offered up his gift, and he cried to ALAHYM to accept his offering, but ALAHYM did not accept it from him. Neither did a divine fire come down to consume his offering, but he remained standing over against the altar, out of humor and meanness, looking toward his brother Habal to see if ALAHYM would accept his offering or not. And Habal prayed to ALAHYM to accept his offering. Then a divine fire came down and consumed his offering, and ALAHYM smelled the sweet savor of his offering, because Habal loved him and rejoiced in him, and because ALAHYM was well pleased with him. He sent him a malach of light in the figure of a man who had partaken of his offering, because he had smelled the sweet savor of his offering, and they comforted Habal and strengthened his heart. But Cain was looking on all that took place at his brother's offering, and was angry because of it. Then he opened his mouth and blasphemed ALAHYM, because he had not accepted his offering. But ALAHYM said to Cain, Why do you look sad? Be righteous, that I might accept your offering. Not against me have you murmured, but against yourself. And ALAHYM said this to Cain in rebuke, and because he abhorred him and his offering. And Cain came down from the altar, his color changed, and with a sad face, and came to his father and mother, and told them all that had befallen him. And Adam grieved much because ALAHYM had not accepted Cain's offering. But Habal came down rejoicing, and with a gladsome heart, and told his father and mother how ALAHYM had accepted his offering, and they rejoiced at it and kissed his face. And Yubal said to his father, because Cain shoved me from the altar and would not allow me to offer my gift on it, I made an altar for myself and offered my gift on it. But when Adam heard this, he was very sorry, because it was the altar that he had built at first, and which he had offered his own gifts. As to Cain, he was so resentful and so angry that he went into the field, where Hashatan came to him and said to him, since your brother Yubal has taken refuge with your father Adam, because you shoved him from the altar, they have kissed his face, and they rejoice over him far more than over you. When Cain heard these words of Hashatan, he was filled with rage, and he let no one know, but he was laying wait to kill his brother, until he brought him into the cave, and then said to him, O brother, the country is so beautiful, and there are such beautiful and pleasurable trees in it, and charming to look at. But brother, you have never been one day in the field to take your pleasure in that place. Today, O my brother, I very much want you would come with me into the field to enjoy yourself and to barack our fields and our flocks, for you are righteous, and I love you so much, O my brother, but you have alienated yourself from me. Then Yubal consented to go with his brother Cain into the field. But before going out, Cain said to Yubal, wait for me until I fetch a staff, because of wild beasts. Then Yubal stood waiting in his innocence, but Cain the forward fetched a staff and went out. And they began, Cain and his brother Yubal, to walk in the way, Cain talking to him and comforting him to make him forget everything. Chapter 79. And so they went on until they came to a lonely place where there were no sheep. Then Yubal said to Cain, behold, my brother, we are tired from walking, for we are none of these trees, nor of the fruits, nor of the flourishing green plants, nor of the sheep, nor of any of these things of which you told me. We see none of these things. Where are those sheep of yours you told me about? You told me to Barak. Then Cain said to him, come on, you shall see many beautiful things very soon, but go before me until I catch up to you. Then went Yubal forward, but Cain remained behind. And Yubal was walking in his innocence, without guile, not believing his brother would kill him. Then Cain, when he came up to him, comforted him with his talk, walking a little behind him. Then he ran up to him and beat him with the staff, blow after blow, until he was stunned. But when Yubal fell down on the ground, seeing that his brother meant to kill him, he said to Cain, O my brother, have pity on me. By the breast we have sucked, do not hit me. By the womb that bore us and that brought us into the world, do not beat me to death with the staff. If you will kill me, take one of these large stones and kill me outright. Then Cain, the hard-hearted and cruel murderer, took a large stone and beat his brother's head with it until his... And Cain repented of what he had done. But the earth, when the blood of righteous Yubal fell on it, trembled as it drank his blood, and would have destroyed Cain because of it. And the blood of Yubal cried mysteriously to ALAHYM to avenge him of his murderer Cain. Then Cain began at once to dig the ground wherein to lay his brother, for he was trembling from the fear that came over him when he saw the earth tremble on his account. He then cast his brother into the pit he made, and covered him with dust. But the ground would not receive him, but it threw him up at once. Again Cain dug the ground, and hid his brother in it. But again the ground threw him up on itself. until 3 times the ground thus threw up on itself the body of Yubal. The muddy ground threw him up the first time, because he was not the first creation, and it threw him up the second time, and would not receive him, because he was righteous and true, and was killed without a cause. And the ground threw him up the third time, and would not receive him, that there might remain before his brother a witness against him. And so the earth mocked Cain, until the word of ALAHYM came to him concerning his brother. Then was ALAHYM angry, and much displeasure at Yubal's death, and he thundered from Shamayim, and lightnings went before him. And the word of Yahuwah ALAHYM came from Shamayim to Cain, and said to him, Where is Yubal your brother? Then Cain answered with a proud heart and a gruff voice, How, O ALAHYM, am I to guard my brother? Then ALAHYM said to Cain, Cursed be the earth that has drunken the blood of Yubal, your brother, and as for you, you will always be trembling and shaking, and this will be a mark on you, so that whosoever finds you will kill you. But Cain cried, because ALAHYM had words to him, that whosoever finds me shall kill me, and I shall be blotted out from the face of the earth. Then ALAHYM said to Cain, Whosoever finds you will not kill you, because of this ALAHYM had been kind. I shall put 7 punishments on anyone that kills Cain. For as to the word of ALAHYM to Cain, Where is your brother? ALAHYM said it in mercy for him, to try and make him repent. For if Cain had repented at that time, and had said, O ALAHYM, forgive me my sin and the murder of my brother, ALAHYM would then have forgiven him his sin. And as to ALAHYM saying to Cain, Cursed be the ground that has drunk the blood of your brother, that also was ALAHYM's mercy on Cain. For ALAHYM did not curse him, but he cursed the ground, although it was not the ground that had killed Yubal and committed a wicked sin. For it was fitting that the curse should fall on the murderer, yet in mercy did ALAHYM so manage his thoughts that no one should know it, and turn away from Cain. And he said to him, Where is your brother? To which he answered and said, I know not. Then the Creator said to him, Be trembling and quaking. Then Cain trembled and became terrified, and through this sign did ALAHYM make him an example before all creation as the murderer of his brother. Also did ALAHYM bring trembling and terror over him, that he might see the peace in which he was at first, and see also the trembling and terror he endured at the last, so that he might humble himself before ALAHYM and repent of his sin, and seek the peace that he enjoyed at first. And in the word of ALAHYM that said, I will put 7 punishments on anyone who kills Cain, ALAHYM was not seeking to kill Cain with the sword, but he sought to make him die of fasting and praying and crying by hard rule, until the time that he was delivered from his sin. And the 7 punishments are the 7 generations, during the which ALAHYM awaited Cain for the murder of his brother. But as to Cain, ever since he had killed his brother, he could find no rest in any place, but went back to Adam and Hua, trembling, terrified, and defiled with blood. I believe that last chapter right there real. That right there sounds like the word, huh? In the midst of all this writing, that right there makes a whole lot of sense. Try to do this all in one shot. It will give me strength. pours down raining. He will give me strength. And keep in mind, just to make a note, I'm not considering this let the Ruach tell you what seems to be true and true. Some of this obviously is a little erroneous. The second book of Adam and Eve, Adam and Hua. Yeah, so we just finished the first book of Adam and Eve. That concludes the first book with the end of Cain. Adam, Hua, Hua, Shani. Chapter 1. Adam and Hua, Adam and Eve. Chapter 1. The second book. When Lulawa heard Cain's words, she wept and went to her father and mother and told them how that Cain had killed his brother Yubal. Then they all cried aloud and lifted up their voices and slapped their faces and threw dust upon their heads and rent asunder their garments and went out and came to the place where Yubal was killed. And they found him lying on the earth, killed, and beasts around him, while they wept and cried because of this just one. From his body, by reason of its purity, went forth a smell of sweet spices, and Adam carried him, his tears streaming down his face, and went to the cave of treasures, where he laid him, and wound him up with sweet spices and myrrh. And Adam and Hua, and Adam and Hua continued by the burial of him in great grief, 140 days. Yubal was 15.5 years old, and Cain was 17 years and a half. As for Cain, when the mourning for his brother was ended, he took his sister Lulawa and married her, without leave from his father and mother, for they could not keep him from her, by reason of their heavy heart. He then went down to the bottom of the mountain, away from the garden, near to the place where he had killed his brother. And in that place were many fruit trees and forest trees. His sister bore him children, who in their turn began to multiply degrees until they filled that place. But as for Adam and Hua, they came not together after Yubal's funeral for 7 years. After this, however, Hua conceived, and while she was with child, Adam said to her, "Come, let us take an offering, and offer it up unto Yahuwah, and ask him to give us a fair child, in whom we may find comfort, and whom we may join in marriage to Yubal's sister." Then they prepared an offering, and brought it up to the altar, and offered it before Adoni, and began to entreat him to accept their offering, and to give them a tube offspring. And Yahuwah heard Adam, and accepted his offering. Then they worshipped Adam, Hua, and their daughter, and came down to the cave of treasures, and placed a lamp in it, to burn by night and by day before the body of Yubal. Then Adam and Hua continued fasting and praying until Hua's time came that she should be delivered, when she said to Adam, "I wish to go to the cave in the rock to bring forth in it." And he said, "Go, and take with you your daughter to wait on you, but I will remain in this cave of treasures before the body of my ban Yubal." Then Hua hearkened to Adam, and went, she and her daughter, but Adam remained by himself in the cave of treasures. Chapter 2. And Hua brought forth a ban, perfectly beautiful in figure and in countenance. His beauty was like that of his father Adam, yet more beautiful. Then Hua was comforted when she saw him, and remained 8 days in the cave. Then she sent her daughter to Adam to tell him to come and see the child. and name him. But the daughter stayed in his place by the body of her brother until Adam returned. So did she. But when Adam came and saw the child's two looks, his beauty, and his perfect figure, he rejoiced over him and was comforted for Yubal. Then he named the child Shat, which means that Yahuwah has heard my prayer and has delivered me out of my affliction. But it means also power and strength. Then after Adam had named the child, he returned to the cave of treasures, and his daughter went back to her mother. But Hua continued in her cave until the 40 days were fulfilled, when she came to Adam and brought with her the child and her daughter, and they came to a river of water, where Adam and his daughter washed themselves because of their sorrow for Yubal. But Hua and the babe washed for purification. Then they returned and took an offering and went to the mountain and offered it up for the babe. And Hua accepted their offering and sent his barakah upon them and upon their ban Shat, and they came back to the cave of treasures. As for Adam, he knew not again his woman Hua all the days of his chai, neither was any more offspring born of them, but only those 5, Cain, Lulawa, Yubal, Aklia, and Shet alone. But Shat waxed in stature and in strength, and began to fast and pray fervently. Chapter 3. As for our father Adam, at the end of 7 years, from the days he had been severed from his woman Hua, Hashatan envied him when he saw him thus separated from her, and strove to make him live with her again. Then Adam arose and went up above the cave of treasures, and continued to sleep there by night by night. But as soon as it was light, every day he came down to the cave to pray there and to receive a barakah from it. But when it was evening, he went up on the roof of the cave, where he slept by himself, fearing lest Hashatan should overcome him, and he continued thus apart 39 days. Then Hashatan, the hater of all two, when he saw Adam thus alone, fasting and praying, appeared to him in the form of a beautiful woman, who came and stood before him in the night on the 40th day. And he said to him, O Adam, from the time that ye have dwelt in this cave, we have experienced great peace from you, and your prayers have reached us, and we have been comforted about you. But now, O Adam, that you have gone up over your roof, over the cave to sleep, we have had doubts about you, and a great sorrow has come upon us because of your separation from Hua. Then again, when you are on the roof of this cave, your prayer is poured out, and your heart wanders from side to side. But when you were in the cave, your prayer was like a fire gathered together, and it came down to us, and you did find rest. Then I also grieved over your children, who are severed from you, and my sorrow is great about the murder of your ban Yubal, for he was righteous, and over a righteous man everyone will grieve. But I received over the birth of your ban Shat. Yet after a little while I was sorrowed greatly over Hua, because she is my sister. For when Yahuwah sent a deep sleep over you, and drew her out of your side, he brought me out also with her. But he raised her by placing her with you, while he lowered me. I rejoiced over my sister for her being with you, but Yahuwah had made me a promise before, and said, Grieve not, when Adam has gone up on the roof of the cave of treasures, and is separated from Hua his woman, I will send you to him. You shall join yourself to him in marriage, and bear him 5 children, as Hua did bear him 5. And now, lo, Yah's promise to me is fulfilled, for it is He who has sent me to you for the wedding. Because of this, because if you wed me, I shall bear you finer and better children than those of Hua. Then again, you are as yet but a youth, and not your youth in this world in sorrow, but spend the days of your youth in mirth and pleasure, for your days are few, and your trials is great. Be strong in your days in this world in rejoicing. I shall take pleasure in you, and you shall rejoice with me in this wise, and without fear. Up then, and fulfill the command of your Yahuwah. So then she drew near to Adam, and embraced him. But when Adam saw that he should be overcome by her, he prayed to Yahuwah with a fervent heart, and deliver him from her. Then Yahuwah sent his word to Adam, saying, O Adam, that figure is the one that promised you ALAHYM status and majesty. He is not favorably disposed toward you, but shows himself to you as one time in the form of a woman, another moment in the likeness of a malak, and another occasion in the similitude of a serpent, and at another time in the semblance of ALAHYM, of Elohim. But he does all that only to destroy your soul. Now therefore, O Adam, understanding in your heart, I have delivered you many a time from his hands, in order to show you that I am a merciful ALAHYM, Yahuwah, and that I want your too, and that I do not want your ruin. Chapter 4. Then Yahuwah ordered Hashatan to show himself to Adam plainly in his own hideous form. But when Adam saw him, he feared and trembled at the sight of him. And Yahuwah said to Adam, Look at this devil, and at his hideous look, and know that he it is who made you fall from brightness into darkness, from peace and rest to toil and misery. And look, O Adam, at him who said of himself that he is Yahuwah. Can Yahuwah be black? Would Yahuwah take the form of a woman? Would Yahuwah be blackness? Would Yahuwah take the form of a woman? Is there anyone stronger than Yahuwah? Can he be overpowered? See then, O Adam, and behold him, bound in him your presence in the air, unable to flee away. Behold him, bound in your presence in the air, unable to flee away. Therefore I say to you, be not afraid of him. Hence, therefore, take care and be aware of him, and whatever he may do to you. Then Yahuwah drove Hashatan away from before Adam, whom he strengthened, and whose heart he comforted, saying to him, Go down to the cave of treasures, and separate not yourself from Hua. I will dwell in you. I will quell in you all animal lust. From that hour it left Adam and Hua, and they enjoyed rest by the commandment of Yahuwah. But Yahuwah did not the like to any one of Adam's seed, but only to Adam and Hua. Then Adam worshipped before Adoni, for having delivered him, and for having laid his passions. And he came down from above the cave, and dwelt with Hua as aforetime. This ended the 40 days of his separation from Hua. Second Adam and Eve, chapter 5. As for Shat, when he was 7 years old, he knew Tub and evil, and was consistent in fasting and praying, and spent all his nights in entreating Yahuwah for mercy and forgiveness. He also fasted when bringing up his offering every day, more than his father did, for he was of a fair countenance, like of a malak of Yahuwah. He also had a tube heart, preserved the finest qualities of his soul, and for this reason he brought up his offering every day. And Yahuwah was pleased with his offering, but he was also pleased with his purity, and he continued thus in doing the will of Yahuwah and of his father and mother until he was 7 years old. And after that, as he was coming down from the altar, having ended his offering, Hashatan appeared to him in the form of a beautiful malach, brilliant with light, with the staff of light in his hand, himself girt about with a girdle of light. He greeted Shat with a beautiful smile, and began to beguile him with fair words, saying to him, O Shat, why do you abide in this mountain? For it is rough, full of stones and of sand, and of trees with no tube fruit on them, a wilderness without habitation and without towns, no tube place to dwell in, but all is heat, weariness, and trouble. He said further, but we dwell in beautiful places, and another world than this. Our world is one of light, and our condition is of the best. Our women are handsomer than any other, and I wish you, O Shat, to wed one of them, because I see that you are fair to look upon, and in this land there is not one woman tube enough for you. Besides, all those who live in this world are only 5 souls, but in our world there are very many men and many maidens, all more beautiful one than another. I wish therefore to remove you henceforth, that you may see my relations and be wedded to whichever you like. You shall then abide by me and be at peace. You shall be filled with splendor and as light as we are. You shall remain in our world and rest from this world and the misery of it. You shall never again feel faint and weary, never bring up an offering, nor sue for mercy, for you shall commit no more sin, nor be swayed by passions. And if you will hearken to what I say, you shall wed one of my daughters, for with us it is no sin to do, neither is it reckoned animal lust. For in our world we have no ALAHYM, but we are all Elohim. We are of light, heavenly, powerful, strong, and magnificent. Chapter 6. When Shat heard these words, he was amazed, and inclined his heart to Hashatan's treacherous speech, and said to him, Said you there is another world created than this, and other creatures more beautiful than the creatures that are in this world? And Hashatan said, Yes, behold, you have heard me, but I will yet praise them and their ways in your hearing. But Shat said to him, Your speech has amazed me, and your beautiful description of it all. Yet I cannot go with you today, not until I have gone to my father Adam and to my mother Hual, and told them all you have said to me. Then if they give me leave to go with you, I will come. Again Shat said, I am afraid of doing anything without my father and mother's leave, lest I perish like my brother Cain, and like my father Adam, who transgressed the commandment of Yahuwah. But behold, you know this place. Come and meet me here tomorrow. When Hashatan heard this, he said to Shat, If you tell your father Adam what I have told you, he will not let you come with me. But hearken to me. Do not tell your father and mother what I have said to you, but come with me today to our world, where you shall see beautiful things and enjoy yourself there, and revel this day among my children, beholding them and taking your fill of mirth, and rejoice evermore. Then I shall bring you back to this place tomorrow, but you would rather abide with me, so be it. Then Shat answered, The ruach of my father and my mother hangs on me. If I hide from them, one day they will die, and Yahuwah will hold me guilty of sinning against them. And except that they know I am to come to this place to bring up to it my offering, they would not be separated from me 1 hour. neither shall I go to any other place unless they let me. But they treat me most kindly, because I come back to them quickly. Then Hashatan said to him, What will happen to you if you hide yourself from them one night and return to them at break of day? But Shat, when he saw how he kept on talking, and that he would not leave him alone, ran and went up to the altar, and spread his hands up to Yahuwah, and sought deliverance from him. Then Yahuwah sent his word, and cursed Hashatan, who fled from him. But as for Shat, he had gone up to the altar, saying thus in his heart, The altar is the place of offering, and Yahuwah is there. A divine fire shall consume it. So shall Hashatan be unable to hurt me, and shall not take me away thence. Then Shat came down from the altar, and went to his father and mother, where he found in the way, longing to hear his voice, for he had tarried a while. He then began to tell them what had befallen him from Hashatan under the form of a malach. But when Adam heard his account, he kissed his face and warned him again that the malach telling him it was Hashatan, who was thus appeared to him. Then Adam took Shat, and they went to the cave of treasures and rejoiced therein. But from that day forth, Adam and Hua never parted from him, to whatever place he might go, whether for his offering or for anything else. This sign happened to Shat when he was 9 years old. Chapter 7. When our father Adam saw that Shat was of a perfect heart, he wished him to marry, lest the enemy should appear to him another time and overcome him. So Adam said to his bond Shat, I wish, O my bond, that you wed your sister Aklia, Habad's sister, that she may bear you children, who shall replenish the earth according to Yah's promise to us. Be not afraid, O my bond, there is no disgrace in it. I wish you to marry from fear, lest the enemy overcome you. Shat, however, did not wish to marry, but in obedience to his father and mother, he said not a word. So Adam married him to Aklia, and he was 15 years old. But when he was 20 years of age, he begat Aban, whom he called Anush, and they begat other children than him. Then Anush grew up, married, and begat Kenan. And Kenan also grew up, married, and begat Mahalalel. Those fathers were born during Adam's high time, and dwelt by the cave of treasures. Then were the days of Adam 930 years, and those of Mahalalel 100. But Mahalalel, when he was grown up, loved fasting and praying, and with hard labors, until the end of our father Adam's day drew near. I think we understand some of this account is off, because we know, Seth was a lot older than that when he got married and had children. They were like getting married at 200, 300 years old sometimes. I can't remember how old he was, but it wasn't no 20. So anyways, just because I know people are like Adam and Eve, like the book of Adam and Eve, so let's do it. It's got some good nuggets. Chapter 8. When our father Adam saw that his end was near, he called his bond Shat, who came to him in the cave of treasures, and he said to him, O Shat, my bond, bring me your children, and your children's children, that I might shed my barakah on them, ere I die. When Shat heard these words from his father Adam, he went from him, shed a flood of tears over his face, and gathered together his children and his children's children, and brought them to his father Adam. But when our father Adam saw them around him, he wept at having to be separated from them. And when they saw him weeping, they all wept together, and fell upon his face, saying, How shall you be severed from And how shall the earth receive you and hide you from our eyes? Thus did they lament much in like words. Then our father Adam baruched them all, and said to Shat, after he had baruched them, O Shat, my ban, you know this world, that it is full of sorrow and of weariness, and you know all that has come upon us from our trials in it. I therefore now command you in these words. To keep innocency, to be pure and just, and trusting in Yahuwah, and not lean on the discourses of Hashatan, nor to the apparitions in which he will show himself to you. That applies today. There's also ALAHYM of Yahuwah. But guard the commandments that I give you this day. Then give the same to your ban Anush, and let Anush give it to his ban Canaan, and Canaan to his ban Mahalalel, so that this commandment abide first among all your children. O Shat, my ban, the moment I am dead, take ye my body, and wind it up with myrrh, aloes, and cassia, and leave me here in this cave of treasures, in which are all these tokens which Yahuwah gave us from the garden. O my ban, hereafter shall a flood come and overwhelm all the creatures, and leave out only 8 beings. But O my ban, let those whom it will leave out from among your children at that time take my body with them out of this cave, and when they have taken it with them, let the oldest amongst them command his children to lay my body in a ship until the flood has been assuaged, and they come out of the ship. Then they shall take my body and lay it in the middle of the earth, shortly after they have been saved from the waters of the flood. For the place where my body shall be laid, in the middle of the earth, Yahuwah shall come forth thence, and shall save all our kindred. But now, O Shat, my ban, place yourself at the head of your people, tend them and watch over them in the fear of Yahuwah, and lead them in the true way. Command them to fast to Yahuwah, to make them understand they ought not to hearken to Hashatan, lest he destroy them. Then again, sever your children and your children's children from Cain's children. Do not let them ever mix with those, nor come near them, either in their words or in their deeds. Then Adam let his barakah descend upon Shat, and upon his children, and upon all his children's children. He then turned to his bond Shat, and to Hua, his woman, and said to them, Preserve this gold, this frankincense, and this myrrh, that Yahuwah has given us for a sign. For in days that are coming, a flood will overwhelm the whole creation. But those who shall go into the ark shall take with them the gold, the frankincense, and the myrrh together with my body, and will lay the gold and the frankincense and the myrrh with my body in the midst of the earth. Then, after a long time, the city in which the gold, the frankincense, and the myrrh are found with my body shall be plundered. But when it is spoiled, the gold, the frankincense, and the myrrh shall be taken care of with the spoil that is kept, and not of them shall perish until the word of Yahuwah made man shall come, when the king shall take them and shall offer to him gold in token of his being king, frankincense in token of his being Yahuwah of Shamayim and Arets, and myrrh in token of his passion, gold also as a token of his overcoming Hashatan, and also our foes, frankincense as a token that he will rise from the dead, and be exalted above things in Shamayim and things in the earth, and myrrh in token that he will drink bitter gall and feel the pains of Sheol from Hashatan, And now, O Shat, my bond, behold, I have revealed to you hidden mysteries which Yahuwah has revealed to me. Guard my commandment for yourself and for your people. Chapter 9. When Adam had ended his commandment to Shat, his limbs were loosened, his hands and feet lost all power, his mouth became dumb, and his tongue ceased altogether to speak. He closed his eyes and gave up his ruach. But when his children saw that he was dead, they withdrew themselves over him, men and women, old and young, weeping. The death of Adam took place at the end of 930 years, and he lived upon the earth. On the 15th day of Barmuda, after the reckoning of an epoch of the sun at the 9th hour. It was on the 6th day, the very day on which he was created, and on which he rested, and in that hour which he died was the same as that which he came out of the garden. Then Shat wound him up well, and embalmed him with plenty of sweet spices from sacred trees and from the Kadash mountain, and he laid his body on the eastern side of the inside of the cave, the side of the frankincense, and placed it in front of him, a menorah to keep burning. Then his children stood before him, weeping and wailing over him the whole night until break of day. Then Shat and his bond Anush and Canaan, the bond of Anush, went out and took 2 offerings to present to Adoni, and they came to the altar, upon which Adam offered gifts to Yahuwah. When he did offer, Yahuwah said to them, Wait until we have first asked Yahuwah to accept our offering, and to keep by him the soul of Adam, his servant, and to take up to rest. And they all stood up and prayed. Anybody want to jump in and read? Almost there. Chapter 10. And when they had ended their prayer, the word of Yahuwah came and comforted them concerning their father Adam. After this, they offered their gifts for themselves and for their father. And when they had ended their offering, the word of Yahuwah came to Shat, the eldest among them, saying to him, O Shat, 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 3 times. As I was with your father, so also shall I be with you, until the fulfillment of the promise I made your father, saying, I will send my word and save you and your seed. But as to your father Adam, guard the commandments he gave you, and sever your seed from that of Cain your brother. And Yahuwah withdrew his word from Shat. Then Shat, Hua, and their children came down from the mountain to the cave of treasures. But Adam was the first whose soul died in the land of Eden, in the cave of treasures. For no one died before him, but his bond Habal, who died being murdered. Then all the children of Adam rose up and wept over their father Adam, and made offerings to him 140 days. Gotta finish reading. Hold on 1 second. Intermission. this will conclude the end of the reading of Adam and Eve, first and second Adam and Eve, part 1, and I will have to do a part 2, and we'll conclude the end of it, and then into the other scriptures, back to the classic writings of Hanuk and Jasher and Jubilees and Genesis and all the wonderful 66 books of the scriptures we have. So we almost got it done, but I had to take care of some stuff. This concludes part 1, today's portion, today's reading of the reading of Book of Adam and Eve, of reading the whole Caphar in the year of Yubal. Shalom, shalom, Yashara. Shalom, shalom.